baby. Come on, yes.
Sorry, I like to
Are the mics on?
Test, test. Christine Staples, could you please raise your hand? Christine Staples, thank you.
All right. Good evening. Welcome. Good evening. Welcome. This is democracy. I want to welcome you all to the March 8th meeting of the Zoning Adjustments Board. Just kidding. Berkeley School Board. If you want to follow along on our online agenda, you can do so on your phone, or you can borrow a computer from Ms. Chires over to my left. I want to remind everyone that our board meeting is broadcasting live over YouTube and over the radio on 89.3 FM and on TV Comcast Cable Channel 33. I will now call open session of tonight's meeting to order at 7:31. For the record, closed session began at 6 o'clock p.m. Ms. Chires, would you please share with the community members our process for translation?
Buenas noches y bienvenidos. Si hay miembros del público que desea dirigirse a la mesa directiva durante la sesión de comentario público y necesita traducción de inglés al español, favor de hacérmelo saber cuando llegue al frente para poder proporcionarle ese servicio. Muchas gracias. Director Beatriz Leiva Cutler.
Presente.
Student Director Alonta Keys is absent. Director Karen Hempel.
Here.
Student Director Petra Sylvie is excused tonight. Director Judy Appel.
Present.
Vice President Josh Daniels.
Here.
President Ty Alper.
Present. Okay. We're now going to approve the agenda. We're going to pull for discussion three items that are currently listed for information. Those are items 15.3, 15.4, and 15.5. 15.3 is the plan for 2020 Bonar starting in the summer of 2017. 15.4 is an update on all student restroom implementation at all district schools, and 15.5 is audited financial statements for Realm charter schools. We're going to move those to the beginning of the discussion items so that we will hear item 15.4, which is an update on all student restrooms, as our first discussion item. Then hear together items 15.3 and 15.5 related to the plan for 2020 Bonar and the audited financial statements for Realm. So moving those to discussion. Are there any other requested changes to the agenda? Can I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Motion by Director Hempel.
Second.
Second by Director Daniels. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We have an agenda. I will now report from closed session. In item 3.1, collective bargaining, the board discussed and gave direction to staff. Item 3.2 we pulled for a future meeting. Item 3.3, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, we discussed and gave direction to staff. Item 3.5 we pulled for a later meeting. And item 3.4, which I'm about to turn over to Assistant Superintendent Scuderi in a minute, we made a motion. A motion was made by Director Hempel with a second from Director Appel, and the board voted unanimously to make an appointment for the principal position at Berkeley Technology Academy. The board voted unanimously to appoint Ardarius McDonald as the principal at BTA. Mr. Scuderi, do you want to say a few words about Mr. McDonald?
Just that he served as our dean at Berkeley High School for a number of years, was instrumental and made major contributions to reductions in suspension and disciplinary incidents in general. I think this far at BTA, he has taken that job on extremely seriously, has done a great job, and really has run with considering new hands-on curriculum with new multimedia projects, and is really digging into the work and taking ownership of leadership at BTA. So we're very pleased to have him staying on in that capacity.
Thank you. And congratulations to Mr. McDonald. Okay, I'm going to provide a brief overview of the meeting tonight. First, we will hear 30 minutes of public comment. Then we'll hear comment from our unions and from district committees. And then we'll have comments from board members and the superintendent. Then we will vote to consider our consent calendar, which are items that the board approves all in one motion. Then, no, but wait a second. I forgot about an important part of the agenda. So going a little bit out of order. Tonight we are recognizing several of our classified staff with We Care awards. So let's actually do that, and then I will explain how the rest of the meeting will go. So I'm going to turn this over. So I apologize, Ms. Cleveland. I'm going to turn this over to Deputy Superintendent Cleveland to award the We Care awards. Thank you.
Good evening. Each year, we award our classified employees with We Care awards. We Care stands for a customer service principles that we honor in our district. All of our employees are trained on the We Care principles. So the W is the willingness to go the extra step. E is empathy. C is consistency in services. A is aptitude and knowledge. R is responsiveness. And E is effectiveness. Each year, we only award about 10 to 11 employees, and we have approximately 400 or so classified employees. So these are very important awards. And so I'm going to read off some of the recipients who are here. The first one would be Deanna Woods. Deanna is a school administrative assistant 2 at Oxford School. You'll find that Deanna is exemplary in all regards. Deanna makes the front office a welcoming place for parents and guardians every day. She assists parents who have great needs and who are struggling to get their children to school every day. The office is a professional workplace where where all are assisted by Deanna, including teachers, classified staff, guardians, district staff, and the larger community. Deanna's systems are impeccable as her attention is to detail. She is well loved and respected by students. Is Deanna here? Our next recipient is, I got my paper mixed up here. Okay. Our next recipient is Janet Helton. Janet is a custodian 2 at our district office. Janet consistently goes the extra mile to make sure we have a clean space, including bathrooms, halls, stairways, and offices. She is always friendly, respectful, and checks in regularly with staff. She has unsurpassed work ethic and attention to detail, taking her job to the level of professionalism, which is truly exemplary. Not only does she leave every room and every surface gleaming, but she is also looking beyond the basics and noticing what needs to be repaired or what requires extra attention. Furthermore, she is personable, friendly, funny, kind, and a pleasure to be around. Janet Helton. Our next recipient is our first recipient from the Early Childhood Bears program. Yvette Rodriguez is an instructional assistant for Bears at BAM. Yvette goes beyond and above the call of duty to her colleagues. She's unselfish and provides support to all in the school. Her energy and warm smile are appreciated by everyone. So this recipient is Yvette Rodriguez. Our next recipient is Jennifer Gordon. Jennifer is a library media specialist for Malcolm X School. Jennifer is always looking for ways to make sure the library is in support of student learning. She participates on the school literacy team, makes connections with the community and parent volunteers to make the library the best it can be. She has a genuine appreciation for the wide range of perspectives that are shared with her. If a principal or a teacher is looking for a book, she will find the book even if it includes borrowing from another school. Jennifer is very knowledgeable about the library book collection as well as online resources. So this award goes to Jennifer Gordon. Our next recipient is Jocelyn Foreman. Jocelyn Foreman works for the Office of Family Engagement and Equity at John Muir and Malcolm X. Jocelyn provides support to families on so many levels. She helps teachers design specific academic supports for struggling students, helps families complete online forms, organize food drives at both of our sites. She collects household items that families are giving away in order to store for families in need. She is constantly thinking about programmatic ways to better support families and students in need. She is committed to equity and is constantly striving to better meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of all students at the two sites she serves. This award, our first Family Engagement Award, Jocelyn Foreman. Our next award is goes to Rita McIntyre. Rita is a satellite operator for the Nutrition Services Department. She is the head of the Willard Cafeteria. Rita is always more than willing to be flexible and understanding when there are changes in schedules that impact her work. Rita is very friendly and personal human being who cares not only about her work, but also about the people in which she interacts with at work. We find Rita to have a great aptitude for her work, working with staff and mostly working with students. What makes Rita great is her all-around fun-loving personality and willingness to do her work with a big smile every day. This award is for Rita McIntyre. Our next award is for Brazil McIntyre. This is our first award for our after-school program. She's the after-school program specialist at LeConte. Brazil has built a thriving after-school program with a focus on developing the staff members. She takes initiatives to grow professionally by seeking outside resources and training, and is generous with sharing her knowledge and resources with others. And it takes a lot for an employee to work with students after they've been in school all day long, and then they report to them for the rest of the afternoon. So this award goes to Brazil McIntyre. The next award is for Roderick Caraway, a maintenance technician. Roderick is a hardworking guy who cares deeply about doing what's right the first time around. Roderick has been the hero to many schools with plumbing issues over the last couple of years. Rod's commitment to We Care shines through every time he does a great job. Roderick's excellent service is appreciated by the food service team at Martin Luther King Middle School. It's Rodney Caraway. The next award is Rodney McNabb, who's a safety officer at Berkeley High School. Rodney has consistently demonstrated a willingness to be a true positive presence in students' lives. He attends and leads mediations, works with students and their families to increase positive behavior and attendance, and has strong relationships with staff and students alike across the BHS campus. He models the highest degree of personal integrity and professionalism on a daily basis despite challenging circumstances. Is Rodney McNabb here? I think that's the only recipients that are here. Are there any other recipients here? Our other recipients was Lana Kelly from Human Resources. She's not here. David from the high school and works in the attendance office. Johnny Billups, our bus driver, and Victor Alves, who works in our warehouse.
Thank you so much. Our classified staff are truly the backbone of our district, and they serve our community in so many ways. So congratulations again to all the recipients of these awards. And thank you, Deputy Superintendent Cleveland. Thank you all. So now I will go back to explaining the rest of the meeting. After the public comment period, the board members and the superintendent will have an opportunity to comment, and then we will move into our discussion items. And like I said before, immediately following the public comment, we'll have a brief discussion of the implementation of all student bathrooms at all of our district schools. We'll spend about just 15 minutes on that, and then we will move to the next items, which will be 15.3 and 15.5, which we will hear together. A discussion, also a relatively brief discussion about the plan for 2020 Bonar and the audited financial statements for Realm. Probably about 15 minutes for that as well. And then we will move to the main discussion item of the night, excuse me, which is an update on the extended learning programs, for which we allocated 55 minutes, but we'll probably do in 45. And then we'll have two action items, the certification of our second interim report, our second interim budget report, and then a public hearing regarding initial proposals for bargaining between the district and the Berkeley Federation of Teachers.
That's scheduled for 9 o'clock.
It's scheduled for 9 o'clock, but we can, as long as we start it after 9 o'clock, we're okay. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the 30 minutes for public comment. Vice President Daniels and I organized the speaking requests by agenda item, and we're going to rotate through the relevant agenda items so that we can do our best to hear from at least one person on each agenda item from each position. We have a lot of cards here tonight, and I can guarantee you not everyone who turned in a card is going to get to speak during this public comment period. We have another public comment period at the end of the meeting, which will probably be about 10:30, so you're welcome to stay and speak at that time. If your name is called, you can cede your time to another speaker. To do so, just stand up when your name is called and state your name and indicate to whom you wish to cede your time. By ceding your time, you give up your opportunity to speak, and nobody can later cede their time to you to speak. We have so many people here to speak tonight, we're going to limit the speakers to 2 minutes. So that we can hear from as many people as possible in 30 minutes. As the president of the board, it's my discretion to allow for extra time for those who need translation or who have speech needs. When there's 1 minute left in your 2 minutes, the light on the lectern and up here and behind me will turn yellow. And then when your time is up, it'll turn red, and you'll hear a beeping. If you're still speaking when your time is up, please finish your sentence and then conclude. We really want to try to hear from as many of you as possible tonight in the 30 minutes that we've allotted. And we will hear from as many people in that 30 minutes. To keep things moving, I'm going to read two names at a time. So the second person can wait up by the year of the reader sign so that we can keep things moving. And I apologize in advance if I mispronounce anybody's name. Excuse me. During the public comment, the board does not respond directly to comments or questions made. Board members, the superintendent, and staff do take notes and often will follow up with speakers after the meeting. A couple of people have emailed the board recently asking about our practice of not responding directly to public comment during the public comment period. Following the public comment period, there is a period on the agenda, as I mentioned before, when board members and the superintendent each have a few minutes to make comment about whatever they want. That is the time when board members can choose to, if they wish, respond to something that was said in public comment or make any other comment they wish. We have found that that process keeps our meetings running smoothly, allows for the maximum number of members of the public to speak during the 30 minutes we've allotted for public comment, and it ensures compliance with the Brown Act, which does not allow for board discussions about items that are not placed on the agenda with at least 72 hours notice in advance of the meeting. All right. We will now, ready? Yeah. We'll now begin public comment. Again, we'll have 30 minutes, and we'll hear first from, bless you, Corianne Escalante. Bless you. Corianne Escalante, followed by Genesis Rodriguez. Okay, Ms. Kong. Okay, Ms. Kong, and then Genesis Rodriguez. If you can, okay. There.
I'm being joined up here by fellow parents from LeConte. Good evening. Happy International Women's Day. Again, my name is Grace Kong. I'm a parent of a fourth grader at LeConte Elementary, and on behalf of other LeConte parents, many LeConte parents, I'm here out of deep concern. We have learned that the district plans to cut LeConte's 0.6 FTE 345 combo teacher next year. So my whole comment is about this, so I'm going to just repeat that. So it's about our 0.6 FTE 345 combo teacher who is there to help manage too many kids in the classroom. So this would be a huge disservice to all of our students, and especially our struggling students as we enter the final year of the TWI consolidation. This position is important to ensuring all our students have an equitable education by mitigating large class sizes and allowing regrouping of students to learn throughout the day. And I know this district values equity, but how could you plan to defund this combo position for the last year of the transition? Our students have dealt with the collateral impact of the consolidation for years for the good of the district and for students and for our school. This has included instability and uncertainty, combo classes, high rates of teacher turnover, feeling marginalized, large class sizes, and new students being added all year long, and all the while being one of the most diverse schools socioeconomically and racially in the district. Having this 0.6 position has been a key part of the solution. So tonight we're here to ask you and our district to stand by our students in equity. We thank you for standing with us last year by agreeing to halt enrollment of more students into our 4th and 5th grade classes this year, and it has had a very positive impact and a stabilizing impact for all our upper grades. And we hope a similar agreement can come to this year. Now, we ask you to please continue to stand with us to keep this 0.6 combo position, limit class sizes, and take positive actions to support our students in the final year of the TWI consolidation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Genesis Rodriguez. Followed by Brooke Pessin-Wedby. Is Genesis? And then Brooke. Go ahead.
All right. So the reason that I think that Realm should stay in Berkeley is because many people come from Oakland and Richmond. It's the hood. It's where people are trying to get out of, you know? It's where a bunch of kids suffer. It's where you see a bunch of violence, a bunch of gangs. It's where people people just want to be, they want to be free. They don't want to be, you know, they don't want to go to a school where they're going to be influenced by people that don't want the best for them. And, well, I think that Berkeley should stay. I mean, Rome should stay in Berkeley because Berkeley is much more of a positive community. There's more, like, you know, it's more safe out here in Richmond and in Oakland and other places that people are coming from. It's not good, you know? It's like people are going through a lot of things. And not only that, but the schools are overpopulated, and it's just too much for the kids. And well, here at Realm, it's very different. Like there's teachers that really care, you know, and there's like out there, there's like real stuff, you know. There's real bullying, there's real things, there's real problems. But over here, it's more of like a different community where people feel safe. They feel like a family. And I feel like that should be all schools, but unfortunately, that's not the case. And well, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Thank you. Brooke Pessin would be followed by Hasmig Manassian.
I'm going to cede my time to Kristen Stengel.
Say it again?
Kristen Stengel.
Okay. Kristen Stengel. And then Hasmig after that. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm here with families from the Gender Inclusive Schools Alliance and the Welcoming Schools Teacher Liaisons. I'm a parent of an agender 7th grader at King and a gender fluid 4th grader at BAM. And we are so grateful to have a school board that supports gender expansive students through policy and a district administration that is truly committed to acting on that policy. All student bathrooms are a vital piece of that policy. My agender child, August, is often forced to choose a gender box that does not fit with who they are, like when they have to choose a girl's locker room or bathroom. Every time it's like a slap in the face, so August often comes home from school emotionally black and blue. We were really fortunate that Principal Levinson had already designated an all-student bathroom before August transitioned. And while we appreciate that designation, we urge you to please also consult students and teachers on whether these bathrooms are truly accessible and meeting students' needs, particularly at the larger schools. Just yesterday at King, August needed to use the bathroom during the 4-minute passing period. It took 3 minutes to exit the main building, cross the courtyard, and climb a flight of stairs to reach the one all-student bathroom on campus. Then they had to wait 5 minutes while somebody else finished in the bathroom, and then it took another 4 minutes to get back to their class. So August ended up being over 10 minutes late to class, missing instructional time, and getting yet another tardy. By contrast, later in the class, it took August's cisgender classmate only 3 minutes to use the bathroom and return to class. As you move forward in completing this important work of establishing all student bathrooms in each school, I urge you to consider the size of each campus. How far do students have to travel to reach those bathrooms? Are the number of all student bathrooms reasonable for the school population? Please include our students and their teachers in the decision so we can be sure to truly meet student needs. I'm confident that by working together, we can make our schools truly welcoming, safe, and inclusive for all the students, especially on the larger campuses like King and Berkeley High. Thanks.
Thank you. Hasmig Manassian and then Jennifer Knight.
My name is Hasmig Manassian. This is my 16th year as a teacher and teacher leader at Berkeley High. I'm here in support of the partnership between the students in the Sexual Harassment Advisory Committee and BHS Stop Harassing, as well as the Berkeley High administration in their management of the very complex issues we are facing at the high school. It's important to me that the larger community understand that we, the staff, see this as a community issue that impacts all of us, and we're working diligently to protect the rights and safety of all students at Berkeley High. In the past, I've had survivors of sexual harassment seated side by side, the students who perpetrated that harassment, and after the young men had their due process and served their punishments, they had the legal right to return to school, and we had the legal obligation to allow them access to their education. Similarly, the survivors had the right to feel safe, as they too had the right to access their education. We could not kick the boys out of class any more than we could ask the girls to stop coming until they felt safe. I feel like no one has yet said out loud that the two laws we care deeply about and are obligated to follow are in direct conflict with one another, and we at the school are working hard to reconcile these two issues of safety and access. I see strong and hopeful efforts in place right now at Berkeley High to both educate students around these issues and repair the harm that's been done to so many. This is being done in partnership with SHAC and BHS Stop Harassing, with school board members, with district administration, with affected families, but it's taking time, way more time than it should be taking. And every day a student feels unsafe or is not getting their education is a day too long for those students and those families. It is a day too long for us too. So I have several requests from this board. First, see where you can reduce or eliminate the red tape that is slowing these processes down. Second, continue to commit ample resources, both legal and social emotional, that will support a clear step-by-step plan to resolve our current crisis and prepare for a future one. And finally, all of this needs to be communicated clearly and succinctly to the public as soon as possible, which I appreciate that you did earlier today and look forward to seeing more regularly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Knight, followed by, I'm going to call three students in a row for 2 minutes each: Kira Norwood, Emily Levinson, and then one more. There's no name, but it's from BHS Stop Harassing. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Knight.
My name is Jennifer Knight, and I cede my time to Scott Blossom.
Mr. Blossom. Go ahead. Liz, can you start the time over to... Go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm here on behalf of my daughter, who's part of the harassment investigation that's been happening at Berkeley High. And in the process of that, it's just really, my statement is that the investigative process created a lot of needless stress, tremendous emotional stress that really damaged her academic performance as well. And so really, I just got my determination like about 10 days ago, and it was 2 weeks late, which was actually a breach of the policy without any notification of that. And basically, I'm appealing the determination because it's based on an inadequate investigation of the text messages and relies on a hypothesis of text tampering not validated by forensic validation. So basically, I'm being asked to just trust the investigators' conclusions when they're making a counterclaim that's a very serious claim that texts were tampered with by my daughter's friend, who was the first one who lodged the complaint. And so this is completely unsatisfactory. It's totally opaque, and I feel like it's unethical. The second thing is that in the absence of issue management or a safety plan during this period, as I mentioned, it's had a significant negative impact on my daughter's emotional well-being and academic performance. She is considering leaving Berkeley High as a result of the incident, and I feel like the way it's been handled has had a big impact on that. It could have been done much differently. And I want to make a statement, too, that Marlene Sachs, who was the principal counsel and investigator, was a major part of making this into a truly negative experience. I felt like she was biased in the way that she dealt with me. The determination that there was no need for a safety plan was what she told me in the determination that I received. And I have actual text references of physical threats to my daughter and to our home. So that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you, Mr. Blossom.
Thank you.
Who's after them? Yeah. Okay, Emily.
Hi, my name is Emily Levinson, and I'll cede my time to Talia Kojer and the girls who are going to speak with her.
Okay, and then Mylisha Henderson will be next. And so these three students will have a total of 6 minutes, so 2 minutes each. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Renee, and each of these flowers represents one of the survivors that we've worked with over the past 3 years. And I will begin Talia Koger's story. When the Team 18 group chat and text incident was revealed, it brought up a lot of stuff that happened to me last year, instigated by one of the boys who was a part of the group. I had 3 classes with him last year. In class, he would touch my hair and make orgasm noises in my ear. He sat near me in class. He told me he wanted to come to my house and have sex with me while I was sleeping. He said these kinds of things to me every day. I didn't tell any of my teachers about this because I knew that they would go to the administration and not do anything but tell him that I reported him or suspend him. I worried that if that happened when he came back, it would be worse for me. I was scared of him because he threatened me when I asked him to stop. He called me a spoiled brat and an effing bitch. If you look at my absences from last year, you will see that most of them are in the 3 classes I had with him. The worst was my first period history class, where he was most aggressive, and because of him, I missed the most class time. There was a group chat for a project that he was a part of with other students, and he harassed me in front of them. He would say things in the chat like he loved me so much he wanted to marry me and wanted to have sex with me. He talked a lot about oral sex too. I got really anxious at night. I didn't want to go to school, and I didn't feel like anyone could help the situation.
I told my mom. She said she wanted to talk to my teacher. I begged her not to because I knew if this got reported to the administration, he would come after me nonstop. The way he worked was to target me for several months, and then I would see him do the same thing to another girl in the class. I came forward this year because I don't have classes with him, and I knew he wouldn't be able to retaliate like he would have been able to last year. I also came forward because when the girls who were hurt by the Team 18 incident came together, I had support, and I knew about resources that have my back, like BHS Stop Harassing and Nuri from Impact Justice. So in December, I decided to file my complaint talking about these issues. In the complaint, I told the names of my friends in the group chat and the name of the teacher, who I asked to move my seat because I told her he made me uncomfortable. When I filed my complaint, Ms. Fierro, my vice principal, asked me what I wanted to do with it. She didn't explain what this meant, and I said I wasn't sure. And that was it. I didn't even know the school was investigating my complaint until I got the results on February 24th. The district's letter to me included findings that said, in this case, the district retained the services of an outside attorney investigator to review the facts and render findings in regard to your factual allegations. The letter also stated, relevant witnesses were interviewed by the site administration. For the most part, witnesses could not recall the incidents alleged and/or denied that the incidents occurred. The boy in question himself was interviewed and could not recall and/or denied the scope or severity of the allegations.
Hi, my name is Talia Koger, and I'll be continuing my story. I went to my friends who were named in my complaint and asked if they were interviewed. They were not. I asked my teacher if she had been interviewed. She said she got a call from an investigator asking if she'd been asked by me to move my seat. And she asked in response, was this about, and said the name of the boy who had been harassing me. The conversation ended abruptly, and there was no follow-up by the investigator. I cried when she told me this because I felt like BUSD didn't care. I felt wronged and hopeless. When I came forward with my complaint, I was kicking myself for not doing something sooner because maybe things could have been better for me last year. But my feeling about the administration had been right. They wouldn't have done anything. When I got my response from the district, I went to Rebecca Levinson, and she helped me with my appeal to the district, saying the investigation was not impartial but biased, and that it was in violation of Title IX and created a hostile environment for girls at school. I appealed my finding with the district, and I've asked that an impartial outside firm with expertise in investigating sexual harassment cases be brought in. I want to say this out loud. I didn't want him to be suspended or expelled. I wanted him to stop, and I want him to get help. He has done this to numerous girls, and if we let him keep doing this in high school, what is he going to do in college? I want this process changed. I want girls who are in my position now to help while the harassment is happening to them. No one should have to be sexually harassed for 6 months straight in school and know that no one from our district will help you. When I got my complaint response, it was clear that you only talked to the boy about my story. I was not even interviewed. It feels like I don't have anyone at school who has my back. You said that he said it was a joke. It was not a joke. Do you know how that made me feel? It made me want to scream. You need to know this is what happens to you if you are a girl at Berkeley High School. Your practices give boys free rein, and you see it in every class and every hallway. We need to have a process that is not biased against the victim and helps these boys see the harm that their behavior causes. The USD knew its conclusion before they even started the investigation of my case, just like you have done countless times with countless other girls. I was not looking to punish him. I wanted him to stop the harassment and be able to see me as a person and not just an object to hurt. This will always be the story of my junior year, the year my pain and fear didn't seem to matter. Thank you.
Ms. Henderson?
Hi, my name is Mylisha Henderson, and I give my time to Yvette Falarka.
Okay, Ms. Falarka. Followed by Mimi Cook.
Yvette Falarka, teacher in Berkeley, and with the Equal Opportunity Now by Any Means Necessary, Eon BAM Caucus. I'm calling on the school district to issue an unequivocal statement condemning the racist and misogynistic cyber terrorists who have been sending threatening emails and calling me, my school, and this district, as well as terrorizing the mayor and the city council of Berkeley, and to defend our right to speak out and protest against Donald Trump and his racist movement. Some of the emails I've received in my email at work include statements calling me a slant-eyed CUNT, emails that say to me, I hope that you're raped by the KKK for a week and then strung up by a tree. I've already uncovered fascist and alt-right message boards that have the email addresses of the staff of my school posted on them to facilitate their supporters' deranged attacks on me and others. The perpetrators of the campaign are a small fringe of cyber bullies and self-described trolls who have routinely targeted activists and public figures, including myself and the mayor. They organize on websites such as 4chan and 8chan. They targeted myself and the mayor, and in fact sent thousands of death threats to him. But the mayor has rightly responded to these threats by declaring that he will not be silenced. I also will not be silenced, and nor should this city or anyone who gets any of these threats or terrorization. This school board should stop validating these terrorists by blaming the victims and instead stand unequivocally against them. Judy Appel, Karen Hempel, Donald Evans, Ty Alper, Josh Daniels, Beatrice Leva Cutler, do you stand against this racist and misogynistic campaign by white supremacists, or don't you?
Thank you,
It's
Ms.
time
Falarka.
to end your silence and stand with the community rather
you.
than the racists.
Thank you. Ms. Cook. Followed by Denise Dafflon. Ms. Cook.
I'm Mimi Cook, and I cede my time to Dina Tassini.
I'm sorry, to who?
Dina Tassini.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, and how appropriate that this is Women's Day. My name is Dina Tassini, and my daughter just spoke Talia Koger, and I'm not sure I can do any justice beyond what she did, but I'm going to give it a chance tonight. I'm coming before you tonight to tell her story of how you, the board, failed her, did not validate her claims, and did not investigate properly. I actually was not aware of a lot of the things were going on and had to become educated through her process. I feel the need as a mother, as a daughter, and as a sister to come before you and ask the board to conduct a full and complete investigation. I feel that this is a teaching moment, a time you can say to the students and these young women that we want and will protect you. And you can say to the young men that this is certainly not acceptable behavior. Allowing these boys to behave in this way to harass and bully our daughters is simply supporting the rape culture we find so prevalent in our society. Oh, they were just having fun. She laughed. It was no big deal. These are the common statements in the threads of exchange of communication that I hear over and over again. These are excuses for unacceptable behavior. By not dealing with this today, for our children and for the children to come, we are simply kicking the can down the road, making it someone else's future problem at work or at school. We are setting the stage for the next Brock Turner. Remember, he was just having fun, 10 minutes of fun. This is not the message we should ever send to women and our children, so please find the moment not to be afraid of the truth, conduct the investigation, and bring change to the unacceptable rape culture that we live in today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Dafflon? And then Victor Diaz.
I'm Denise Dafflon. I'm speaking on behalf of LeConte ILAC and the broader parent community. We are very pleased to have a bilingual secretary and appreciate that the board and district support to make that possible. We are also thankful for our language lab design, where every child has language development in English or Spanish at their level during the same block of time. This is in contrast to other schools where kids may be pulled out of regular class to have English development, potentially causing the students to feel labeled as different or inferior. As LeConte ILAC parents, we have the support of DILAC parents concerning the following. First, LeConte ILAC expresses its concern about the scarcity of certified bilingual teachers with strong Spanish language skills. We hope PUST will undertake broader and more aggressive recruitment efforts, reaching out beyond Berkeley and the Bay Area to reach potential teachers across California to address this need, because the current situation have an adverse impact on our students' academic achievement. Second, LeConte ILAC is also concerned about the scarcity of certified bilingual substitutes. This is particularly important at LeConte Elementary, when a certified teacher is on temporary leave, for instance for maternity leave, then it is a challenge to find a bilingual long-term certified substitute. In several instances, since LeConte was consolidated into a full dual immersion school, children have had a substitute who was not bilingual, and it creates a real disruption in their language acquisition process, both in Spanish and English. Third, as we approach the summer, LeConte ILAC expresses its concern about the summer slide and would like to see the district offer a bilingual option during summer school to support students in the TWI program at LeConte or in the bilingual program at Thousand Oaks. We understand the challenges with finding bilingual teachers for summer school, and we offer our support to finding a solution to this challenge.
Thank you so much. Mr. Diaz, followed by Megan Bates.
Thank you. My name is Victor Diaz. I am the Executive Director of Realm. I just want to first say I'm in awe of the bravery behind me, so thank you for speaking up on behalf of my daughter and my son who are here from the previous speakers. My name is Victor Diaz. I'm the Executive Director of Realm Charter School. As you know, we are under a lot of pressure to resolve our facilities needs. However, I'm also aware that in order to get to that conversation, an explanation of the financial health of the organization needs to be addressed. I also want to state that on the onset, we will continue to work closely with the Deputy Superintendent Javetta to address all of these concerns that were raised in the notice of violation. Before I address the financials, I want to state clearly, Berkeley Unified School District and the Board of Directors are not the reason that Realm is without a facility for the fall of 17-18. And the district does not have any obligation to provide a facility to Realm. I've been communicating that clearly to our community. Last year, when we asked the district for a one-year extension, we had every intention on finding a suitable location for one or both of our schools. In the letter that I presented to the district, I laid out all of the steps that I've taken to find a commercial property in Berkeley. In October of this academic year, I started communicating with the district's leadership that I was not having success securing a building in Berkeley that was suitable for educational purposes. And I began asking about an additional year extension. At that time in the conversation, I don't think that there were concrete plans for the 1222 University Avenue. The conversation continued through December, It wasn't until just before the winter break that I'd heard that there were comprehensive plans for the site and that it was unlikely we would not be allowed to remain. So these were newer developments for us, all the while I was looking for property in the commercial property in the surrounding area. Regarding our finances, our budget is running a negative ending balance. This is an accumulation of having more expenses than revenue over the past 6 years. Over our first years of operation, many of the expenses were attributed to our operating costs. I just want to say that finalize this saying that over the last 2 years, a contributing factor was not having a sufficient admissions and registration policy and connecting that to staffing. We'd staff folks based on projections and not on actual enrollment. That's one of our learnings over the next 2 years, and that's something we're going to correct, or in the process of correcting now. I just want to ask the board to reconsider our scenarios that we presented and hopefully have an opportunity to discuss those at your upcoming board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Ms. Bates? Megan Bates? Followed by Kate Weisberg.
I'm Megan Bates with the Gender Inclusive Schools Alliance. I'm the parent of a first grader at Malcolm X who defies expectations in a number of ways. In the middle of kindergarten year, my kid, who has been a gender rebel since being able to choose their own clothes, told me that the word boy really didn't fit, and neither did the word girl. Among all of the other daunting concerns that preoccupy the parents of gender nonconforming kids, bathrooms are foundational. When a child is unable to use public facilities because of the way they look or their gender expression, it means that they can't really exist in public spaces. My child was fearful of using restrooms labeled with the boys symbol or the girls symbol. Fortunately for us, by January of 2016, Malcolm X had designated a single-stall gender-neutral bathroom on campus, and our welcoming schools teacher even arranged a private opening ceremony that included several other gender-expansive kids. Initially, this just meant a photocopied all-student symbol taped over the old gendered bathroom sign, but still, my kid came home from school that day carrying with them the knowledge that their school was an accepting and compassionate place, and a place where it was safe for them to just be. In January of 2017, a second single-stall gender-neutral bathroom opened in the same location. Now both bathrooms have an official all-student sign that indicates that everyone is welcome no matter where they are in the gender spectrum. I am immensely thankful for the work that BUSD has done in recent years to make its facilities more inclusive, and I hope that the momentum keeps up to meet the urgent needs that remain to be addressed. The addition of all student facilities in multiple locations throughout each campus is a necessary and pressing concern. This week, my child is suffering from a bladder infection after holding it for too long every single school day because a recent construction project and the size of the campus meant it took my first grader 10 minutes to get to the bathroom from their classroom. Berkeley Unified has been as welcoming a community as I could have imagined as a parent. And as a parent, I urge the district to continue making a safe, healthy place for vulnerable student populations to exist and to learn. Thank you.
Ms. Bates. Kate Weisberg, followed by Melanie Green.
Good evening. I'm a BUSD parent as well as an attorney at the East Bay Community Law School, East Bay Community Law Center, and we represent young people throughout the county, including BUSD, facing expulsion from school. And I've listened to the public comments about sexual harassment for the past few meetings, and I know and have appreciated working with several of the adult advisors to BHS Stop Harassing. And I've listened with sadness and compassion to the stories of the young people who've spoken. And I also know the students and the families on the other side of the story, the students facing expulsion and other forms of discipline. And these students can't speak publicly. But it's important to not forget about them and to remember that the district has a legal responsibility to them as well as the victims. And it's not my position that students who engage in problematic behavior face zero consequences. Indeed, most of the young people we work with want an opportunity to talk about what happened, to learn from their mistakes, and to address the harm caused. These cases are really hard, and there's no easy answer. But one thing is certain: caring about victims of sexual harassment does not need to be at the expense of the accused students. We can and must support both students. An exclusion from school can't be the answer. It's also critical to remember the racially disparate impact of these cases. Every single student that we have represented facing expulsion for sexual battery have been African American. And these disparities are true for suspensions as well. Although African American students make up just 19% of the body, they make up the vast majority of suspended students. I work in many different districts here in the county, and I've been impressed with BUSD's attempt to navigate the responsibilities under the Ed Code to educate all students and its responsibilities under Title IX to keep all students safe. I'm excited about the new Title IX coordinator and the new investment in restorative justice. And as you continue to work to improve school climate, please continue to keep in mind the rights of all the students. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Melanie Green. Okay, Ms. Levinson, followed by Nellie.
Thank you. I want to say first that I am deeply appreciative that folks have been listening. So that's where I want to start. And I think it's apt that I end up following a wise lawyer who I know is helping us grapple with a number of things. And I think what I'm here tonight to do, and it is International Women's Day, and I have had the opportunity to listen to every single story that's come forward. I have had more girls cry in my kitchen than I can tell you. And I am thinking about them right now. And one of the things I want to ask of you as a board is to go back and open up all of the sexual harassment cases for all the students who are still enrolled in school, because I think we didn't do it well. I think that Talia's story, I think Scott Blossom's story, I think it represents years of doing it this way. And I think that we owe some students apologies. And I think we owe some of the students who caused the harm help, right? It's not helping them if we engage in bad investigative processes. So that's what I'm asking you to do tonight, is to take a step back, think about the harm that's been caused and how we can take this opportunity with Dana Clark coming on as our new Title IX coordinator and Nuri coming in doing restorative justice, and how we can make sure that we start righting the wrongs that have been in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. We have time for two more speakers. Nellie, followed by, I'm not going to get this right, Aicha Nystrom. Go ahead, Nellie.
I give my time to Lori.
Okay, Lori.
Thank you, Nellie. My name is Lori Nixon, and I'm a staff member at King Middle School. I want to first stay here in solidarity with all the students from BHS Stop Harassing. We're fighting for you also. So I would also like to commend the board for their statements they put out recently supporting transgender and immigrant students. But I would like to say that that is not enough to put out statements. Our students, our staff, and our family are becoming more politically active in the face of racist and misogynist and transphobes in our community. People had the gall to show up outside of Berkeley High this weekend, and Berkeley High students stood valiantly against those people. The board has not spoken out against the harassment that King Middle School staff are receiving, and that is not okay. It's not enough to acknowledge the calls, as you have to publicly condemn these calls. Being silent effectively has a chilling effect on the rights of your students and your staff to organize and to express their own free speech. As more people realize that it's not just our right to organize, but it's our duty, what are you going to do when the right wing starts coming for your students? When they start doxing and start harassing your students, are you going to be silent? Neutrality is not an option. A lot of people like to throw around Martin Luther King Jr. quotes against people who stand against racism and against misogyny. Well, I'd like to give you a quote also here. And he said, "The hottest places in hell are reserved for those who, in a period of moral crisis, maintain their neutrality." It is not okay to be neutral in this situation. We need you to publicly say, stop harassing our staff, stop harassing our students, and leave us alone. It is not free speech to call Ms. Falarka those names. It is not free speech to harass us as a staff. We need to support our students. We need to support everyone who is taking a stand against these policies that are effectively trying to wipe us from existence. Thank you.
Ms. Nystrom. Ms. Nystrom, and then, sorry, we're actually the last person is going to be Sophia Bermudez. Go ahead, Ms. Nystrom.
Hi, my name is Ika Nystrom, and I'd like to cede my time to Abby Steckel.
Okay, Ms. Steckel.
Hi, I'm Abby.
And I'm Emily Levinson.
And we want to use our 2 minutes to clarify BHS Stop Harassing's perspective on some of the interrelated issues surrounding sexual harassment, following up on what the lawyer from the East Bay Community Law Center said. So we want to describe our ongoing vision for an intersectional and sensitive response to sexual harassment in BUSD that affirms the district's goals to reduce disproportionality in suspensions and expulsions and support students of all races and ethnicities, religions, socioeconomic situations, gender identities, sexual orientations, and backgrounds. So BHS Stop Harassing is a grassroots organization of students with our 2 adult advisors, Rebecca and Heidi, and we advocate on behalf of survivors and work to improve BUSD's sexual harassment policies and programs. We are not advocating increased suspensions or expulsions, and we support BUSD's goal of providing a safe environment and quality education for all students. We really want to support restorative justice to address harm and prevent future retaliation against the affected students, both victims and perpetrators.
Hi, my name is Emily Levinson. I just want to clarify we're the co-presidents of BHS Stop Harassing. I really want to come here today and say thank you. Nouri has been hired from Impact Justice to work once a week. We are so grateful. Thank you so much. We think this is the first step in a really great future that we can have where we can really provide restorative justice to help people learn when they've created harm for other students. We want to thank you that Green Dot is being implemented. Over the past 3 years that I've worked on this, there's been a lot of harm, but also we've made so many steps as a district, and we're just really looking forward to working together to create more steps to creating safe environments for all of our students. And in particular, we just really want to thank you for the letter that went out today, and we saw that list of all of the steps that have been taken in the past 3 years, and that this is a great jumping off point for the next 3 years and the years after that we continue working together on this issue. So thank you.
Thank you both. Sophia Bermudez will be our last speaker.
I cede my time to Pablo.
Okay.
I was incredibly excited when the night started with the words, "This is what democracy looks like," from your brother Ty Albert. Unfortunately, this is not what democracy looks like. When 2/3 of the room come out, working parents from the most marginalized community in the era of Trump, and 2 speakers get to come up here the whole night, that hurts. That hurts deeply in this context. So I'm a little emotional about that, but I'm gonna move into the little time I have to try and speak for a whole bunch of people that should have been able to speak for themselves. Our school represents exactly what Berkeley is always bragging to the planet from the highest towers about, right? About sanctuary cities, about a space in the era of Trump, in the era of deportations, in the era of Muslim bans, in the era of the orange man in the White House sending the boys in blue to put black bodies in black body bags, right? This is the place where we're supposed to stand up for the most vulnerable, and they're here, they're in this room, and they're silenced. And what we need is just a little space for dialogue, a little space for creativity. We didn't come here to be oppositional. We want to find a way to work together so that Berkeley can keep a really good thing going. There's a conversation out there about finances. There's a conversation out there about where these kids come from. There's not a conversation, and there's always multiple perspectives and multiple truths to every issue. There's not a conversation about these people right here. That student that came up, who's the only voice who's come up, began to give you a hint of 1,000 stories like that. And Realm is a sanctuary in this city. We talk sanctuary city, but what does it look like in Berkeley? Do we have ICE raids every day? Is that what we're dealing with? This wasn't the city of Oscar Grant. This is the city that's too expensive for these families to live in. But we will have them work. We will have them work in our restaurants. We will have them work at UC Berkeley. We will have them work at the hospitals. We will have them do all the things that we need, but their children better not show up in our district needing services, needing support. And when somebody finds a way to do that, it needs support. If we're going to be a sanctuary city, it needs support. All we're asking is that you take the proposal that we gave, that's multiple options and creative ways to solve this problem, and give us 1 year to find a new place. Put it in the document. Put it in the document that we only get 1 year.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I want to make one request, one very less than 30-second request.
Go ahead.
I know they didn't get to speak, but they prepared a chant. Can we do a chant? It's a loving chant to
Go
send
for
you
it.
positive energy. Beautiful, beautiful. Folks, we ready? It's compromise, collaborate, take a stand. Compromise, collaborate, take a stand. Black and brown students need you. Yes, we can.
Compromise, collaborate, yes, we can.
For the special needs students, take a stand.
Compromise, collaborate, yes, we can.
For all the realm community, take a stand.
Compromise, collaborate, yes, we can.
In the era of Monster Trump, take a stand.
Compromise, collaborate, yes, we can.
In the era of deportations, take a stand.
Compromise, collaborate, yes, we can.
In the era of Muslim bans, take a stand.
Compromise, collaborate, yes, we can.
Si se puede, yes, we can.
Si se puede, yes, we can.
Si se puede, si se puede.
Si se puede, si se puede.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
We love you and we want to work with you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That now concludes. You can give it to Liz. Thank you. That now concludes the public comment period. Again, there will be another public comment period at the end of our meeting, which will probably be at about 10:30. You're obviously welcome to stay. You can also go out, get dinner, come back. You can also email the board at boardofed@berkeley.net. Now we're going to hear from our unions. I know Ms. Campbell is here. Ms. Phillips, are you?
People are leaving.
Yeah, we'll wait. I just want to see who's here.
Ask them to stay maybe since they were.
What?
Maybe ask them to stay so they wouldn't be discussing this.
Good evening, school board members.
Hold on one second, Paul. We are going to be discussing both the issue about bathrooms and the and realm after the comment period, if you want to stay. If you're leaving, if you could try to be quiet as you leave so that we can continue to hear comment from our unions, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Just give us a second, Paula. And is it just Paula and Kathy? Is anyone from Yuba or Local 21 here? Okay. All right. Ms. Phillips, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Paula Phillips. I'm the president of the Berkeley Council of Classified Employees. I represent the classified staff in the extended learning program, the instructional technicians and the program specialist, and the instructional assistants in the BEARS program. I just want to say that throughout the years, we have suffered some drastic cuts to the extended learning program. But despite the cuts, they've still serviced the students to the best of their ability. And over the past couple of years, I've spoken to the board about the need to fill a lot of the vacancies in those positions. The effect of the classification study and the effect of the recruitment plan by the human resources staff has hindered the district from hiring qualified employees in those positions. In the beginning, when I was in human resources, we tested for NCLB requirements as part of the written exam as part of recruiting for those positions. Currently, the requirement is for the staff to come, or applicants to come, with the NCLB requirements, and then they're subjected to a rigorous exam again and an oral exam again. So what I would encourage you all to do is to request that the commission reconsider their recruitment process and the minimum requirements of those positions so that you can move forward with filling those positions so that we can continue to service students. I just want to commend the after-school staff, Erin Jorgensen and Angela Gilder, Miss Gilder, for all of their hard work to keep this program running. They work very hard to staff the program with the little bit of support that they get with human resources, with not trying to adapt and to come up with creative solutions to meet the recruitment needs of that program. So I do thank them for all of their hard efforts. And when you look at the report, I do also want to say that in the past, and I have some historical knowledge here, is that the after-school staff, when they were hired, they were in charge of leading enrichment activities. Not so much of an emphasis on academics as the way it is now, but the after-school staff, when they were hired, part of the process was for them to explain what they can bring to the table in the area of enrichment. And what I've seen over the past several years, since we lost the funding, I think it was 21st Century funding, and when Ms. Emily Davidow Nathan left, is a shift from having our own staff provide those enrichment activities to the PTA funding the programs and funding these enrichment activities, an increase in vendors and exuberant costs in contractors providing this support. So what you don't see in the report is a little bit of the information that I just shared with you, and I'd be more than happy and willing to share some institutional knowledge when it comes to the after-school program. And Ms. Gilder herself was here many years or years before me. I don't know about many, but quite a little bit before me. And when she started out as an instructional technician herself in the after-school program, and I'm happy to see that she's now the program supervisor over the Larens program. So that shows that we have taken and we've recognized the hard work of our internal applicants and promoted them from within. So that's all I have to say, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Ms. Campbell. President
Good
Campbell.
evening, board members. I'm Kathy Campbell. I'm the president of the Berkeley Federation of Teachers. I'm going to share my time tonight with BFT member and Realm teacher Chloe Erskine. She's going to begin.
Good evening. I remember when I first saw Victor Diaz's face on Skype in my apartment in New York City, where I had come home from an incredibly long day teaching high school, and this beacon of light coming out of California just called me back home. Now, the school that I work at is extraordinary. It is growing. It is strong. And as Pablo has mentioned, and other people have mentioned, we serve everyone who needs to be served. Let's put it that way. Now, a colleague of mine, who I was hanging out with many others who are here right now, just today, mentioned how there was a boy who came into class just today on International Women's Day wearing heels. No one really batted an eye. That small story, that one sentence story, shows who we serve, why we serve them, and why we're here right now. Please add to your agenda meeting on March 22nd our proposal to extend the lease. We don't want to lose our school.
Thank you to Chloe and to all the Realm parents and family members and administrators and staff, classified staff that are here tonight. So I've sent the board my speech, and I'm just going to read part of it. I'm here tonight on behalf of my members at Realm, the students and families they serve, and in support of Realm classified staff to call upon both BUSD and the Realm board and administrative team to do all that can be done to try to save Realm as an organization and to avoid a revocation of the charter. The primary factors leading to the Realm administration team's recommendation to close the middle school are actually financial. They are financial. There is a facility component, but the primary components are financial. The overall financial issues at Realm are very significant and put the high school at serious risk of closure, as well as the middle school. In addition, the failure of Realm to meet the conditions BUSD put forth for renewal of the charter in December 2015 risks revocation of the BUSD charter, which would have the impact of closing the high school. In your notice of violation that you provided in January, you wrote, Realm's failure to meet the ending fund balance projected in its renewal petition does not demonstrate financial progress toward meeting the board's renewal conditions. We know that it is not this board's desire nor the desire of BUSD administration to revoke the Realm Charter. And we know that you understand, as do all stakeholders, that the biggest impact of these actions and decisions, and in some cases lack of actions, falls upon the young people Realm is charged with educating. We are confident you want to do everything you can as BUSD to keep the high school open and to keep the charter active. So we call upon you to do some specific things. One is to use your prerogative under the Realm Charter and under the Realm Board bylaws to appoint a representative of BUSD to the Realm Governing Board. We believe, and it's our opinion, that this BUSD representative should be someone with fiscal expertise and knowledge of the Realm budget. This is a critical need at this time. We believe that with such a representative on the Realm board, you could work with Realm to re-engage their board. There is a significant lack of governance right now at the Realm charter schools. We call upon you to continue, as you have been, to demand a balanced budget from Realm, one that is based on accurate attendance projections that are in line with their historical trends. This is key, right? We all know that ADA is everything. In addition, class size in this case is everything. And we call upon BUSD to look carefully at the details of the budget that you'll be given. Projections of special ed costs and the cost of Realm's extremely large monthly cash advances need to be considered as well. We appreciate your attention to this. We all know this is a very serious situation, and we encourage greater engagement by BUSD with this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Now we will hear from district committees. I know we have the PTA Council and DLAC. Are there any other district committees? Okay, why don't we go ahead with DLAC because you're closer to the podium.
So first, I would like to thank you for the opportunity for the English learner parents to speak at the board. I'm giving you some updates about our meeting. DLAC has been meeting once a month since October 2016. The first two meetings were very well attended. Most schools were represented. Since then, parent participation has gone down. We have received lots of information about LCAP and other services to support unduplicated students. For parents of English learners who are English learners themselves, we find it really difficult to digest all the information that is presented. The language or content is not accessible to parents, much less parents for whom English is our single language, and it is hard to summarize to bring information back to our school sites. One challenge we have been facing has been to get organized to bring a cohesive message to the board. We spent the last 3 meetings discussing and feel, because of the limitation of the Brown Act, we are not able to move forward. Like the first meeting, we couldn't discuss a a board message because it was not on the agenda. The second time, we had to figure out how we can get organized to discuss the message, and at the last meeting, we finally decided we have to send someone to the board and speak. So how can we keep parents engaged in these committees without having a clear sense of what is expected of us, how we can contribute in a meaningful way, and what we can bring back to our school sites, ELAC. Moving forward, we would like DLAC to be a space where parents can have the time to organize and share what is working well and at our different sites, and be able to offer concrete recommendations to the board for the ELAP master plan, not only absorbing information. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be helpful. You can give it to me. Oh,
good evening.
Go ahead. I didn't see you there. Go ahead. You can start there 5 minutes over.
Good evening. My name is Madan Kumar, and I chair the PTA Council's subcommittee on the Extended Learning Program, which will be addressed in Agenda 13.1 by Angela and Aaron. I want to make 2 points. First, BUSD has 2 extended day learning programs, BEARS and LEARNS. LEARNS is available to all families. BEARS is available to low-income families. The BUSD website states, and I quote, "Students from Thousand Oaks, Cragmont, Emerson, and Oxford will be bused before or after school to attend BEARS at a different site." Yes, we're busing kids based on income. Kids of color are internalizing a message that they have to leave their community, their school, and go someplace else for extended day learning, while their friends in LEARNS can stay on campus. We want you to integrate BEARS and LEARN so that our kids can minimize the racial and economic imbalances throughout the school day. Second, agenda item 13.1 has participation rates of kids in LEARNS. Rosa Parks has 75% of their kids participate in LEARNS, 75%. The district average for the other elementary schools is 40%. Yes, PTAs do run enrichment classes for their families because the families demand extended day learning. Families who want to participate in LEARNS cannot because of enrollment caps. We want the district to scale LEARNS to satisfy the demands of all families in our community.
Hello, my name is Sandra Levine, and I've been overseeing the BAM PTA enrichment program for the past 7 years. I have over 25 years of experience in extended day learning programs and know firsthand how important the hours from 2 to 6 p.m. are in the lives of children. I have worked in the most challenging areas as well as the most affluent areas in Los Angeles. Throughout my experience, life skills and academic success has always been in the forefront of all my programs. Berkeley has adopted a 2020 vision for all our children. Unfortunately, we selectively apply it to 60% of the time our children are spending at school, 8:30 to 2:30. The achievement gap primarily impacts our students of color, who represent almost 50% of LEARNS and BEARS. We cannot expect students to attend an after-school program that offers limited academic support to return to school the next day, having magically narrowed the achievement gap. What I know for sure is the most important way to create an effective extended day learning program is to properly train the staff. Our third point is to provide incentives for after-school ITs to get more credentialed. With proper training, ITs will be able to provide amazing enrichment classes, become more confident with children and families, which will help run the program more smoothly. Every place I have ever worked, I have demanded training for my staff. Trainings and workshops create a more cohesive and productive team. It allows the staff to get the help that unfortunately is unable to get when they are busy dealing with the day-to-day of running of the program. Currently, at most schools, ITs are usually working alone with limited support and guidance. It's amazing how one day's wage to attend a training can completely improve a program. Our last point is that we want the district to handle all the business side of extended day learning and enrichment programs at all schools. Currently, vendors are hired by each site. Contracts are negotiated by the PTA, and oftentimes the same vendor will make double what they make at another school. If the district becomes the negotiator as well as the supervisor, vendors will have the same contract at every school. This will create a menu of classes that each school can choose from. Contracts and contract renewals will become easier, invoicing and billing will become timely, and most important, programs at each school will become inclusive, equitable, accessible to all our children.
I want to reiterate, we're not in this alone. The 2020 vision is a community vision. The city of Berkeley runs a fantastic extended day learning program that costs 1/4 of LEARN's. Their program runs throughout the school year. Cal has 40,000 students. They participate in the Build Literacy program. They've created Be a Scientist programs at the middle school. We need to utilize this resource. Berkeley City College has a 2-year AA program in education. They have certification classes. If our instructional techs in the after-school program can get certified to be instructional aides during the school day, we can have greater collaboration and greater cohesiveness between the school day and the extended day learning program. I really want us to be innovative, creative, and find ways to address the solution. So to be clear, first, integrate bears and learns, scale learns to meet family demands. The 2020 vision has got to be for the entire school day. 4, the district ought to handle negotiation of contracts, not the PTAs.
The PTA Council knows our district can do better. No, must do better. We have the potential to have the most impactful and amazing extended day learning program in America, where any child, no, every child, has the option to continue to grow, learn, and thrive.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to hear our consent calendar. Do I have a motion? I have a motion for the consent calendar, please.
I'll move it.
Motion by Director Appel, second. Director Leyva Cutler, all in favor? Aye. Okay, we've passed the consent calendar. Now we will hear item 15.4, which is an... Can we do this item before we do comments? Okay. We're going to do item 15.4, and then we'll do board comments. Item 15.4 is an update on the all-student restroom implementation. We'll do that, then we'll do board comments, and then we'll go back to items 15.3 and 15.5.
So we've heard quite a few comments tonight on this topic, and we provided the board with an update on where we are with the bathrooms. But tonight I have Tim White and Maggie Riddle here to ask or to answer any clarifying questions that any of the board members might have around this issue. So before you ask any clarifying questions, could one of you provide the board just a brief summary of what we have in our packet? Well, just brief.
Yeah, can I focus a little? Okay. I think if you can let us know, as of today, where things stand with elementary school, middle school, and then high school with respect to whether there's an all-student bathroom that students can actually access.
And maybe a little bit about the signage too, just so we can hear about it all.
Yeah. Thank you, President Alper, Dr. Evans, for this opportunity. And I will say that I was encouraged to hear from some of the parents today that their experience is that in some cases, for the most part, there have been folks who've taken advantage of the all-gender restrooms that have been installed. For us, it is very similar to what they represented. It's what we call our first phase in terms of providing single-stall restrooms. First phase of our implementation of all-gender restrooms was a single-stall restroom to be selected at each one of our schools. Some schools, as you heard, have selected more than one single-stall restroom, case in point, Malcolm X and I believe Rosa Parks. But for the most part, there's at least one single-stall restroom at all of our elementary schools and middle schools as well. In addition to that, the teachers at the elementaries and middle schools have variously asked that we expand the locations, and in some cases, multiple locations have been requested. Berkeley High School, today we just recently checked and it's been expanded to 3 restrooms. On the signage for all of the sites that we've discussed is uniform, and it does say all student restroom, and the symbolism on it is a single fixture, water closet fixture.
So, thank you. So can we just do this one group at a time? So with respect to the elementary schools, are there any schools where, and first let me just say, I think we all appreciate the work that has gone into ensuring that students, particularly now as transgender students and gender fluid students are in other jurisdictions don't have or may not have the ability to use the bathroom of their choice like they do in Berkeley. I think we're very grateful that we have staff that is willing to devote the time and effort to making this work. And so I just want to be clear about, at the elementary schools, are there schools right now where the signage, where either the parents or the teachers or the principals are not convinced that the bathroom itself is accessible and the signage is appropriate?
Yeah, I think that's the case.
So how many of those schools?
I think we heard that from at least one of the parents here today, maybe two. I would say that from my own inspections, Berkeley Arts Magnet has signage in one place that needs to be moved to a more accessible restroom. And particularly right now, as a good example, Berkeley Arts Magnet has a restroom designated in the nurse's office, but the nurse's office is behind an office door. So although we've clearly labeled the restroom doors, the signage is not visible from the hallway, which makes it a little bit difficult to find. And so that is an example of some housekeeping that we need to do.
So how long will it take to
Those type of things should be completed within the week. What we want to do is complete this phase one activity of single stalls.
Okay.
That should be completed within the week.
Okay. Let me just interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Director White, and Director Riddle, does that sound right to you that they're within a week?
Small things that we need to continue to work out, and we need to make sure that the bathrooms are visible to students and that every student knows where they actually are. And so we still have some work to do on the single stalls and taking a look at where the adult single stall restrooms are as well.
Okay. Okay, now with respect to the middle schools, are there concerns at the middle schools? I think we heard comment from King, right?
There are some concerns. All three middle schools do have single stall, all student restrooms, but we still need to have restrooms in other parts of the campus than in the one location.
And is the holdup in the middle schools, what is it that the school community hasn't yet identified a location, or is it just a question of making sure that we get the right signage and signed off on by the architects?
I think it's a combination of both. And in conjunction, as I said, we were in our first phase, right? And so the first phase is the completion of single stall restrooms being identified, having the locks changed to make sure that the access and egress is easy, and also having the appropriate signage. The other issue that Maggie Riddle alluded to was we're actually taking restrooms out of commission that have to be replaced, and so it's a fixture count kind of balance that we go through in the maintenance department.
Okay, so how long do we think it would take at the middle schools?
Well, right now, we've already identified the single stall restrooms, but going forward, our next phase, phase two, is actually to identify further expansion of all gender restrooms into multiple stall bathrooms and locker rooms.
Okay, well, so let's talk about phase two in a second, but just on the first phase of the single stall restroom. So for the middle schools, in a week we think we can do the elementary schools. In the middle schools, what are we talking about?
I would actually say middle schools as well in a week. I think it's an issue of identifying signage, making sure that we identify the proper additional restrooms and place that signage out. In some cases, I'm not sure if we actually have enough signage, but if that's not the case, then we should have temporary signage up to make sure that we don't delay the implementation.
Okay, and then the high school? For the single stalls?
Same thing at the high school. Currently, there are 3 single stalls labeled and identified.
Okay.
What buildings are they in?
What building?
They are in G on the second floor,
Can you
C on the second, G on the second floor, C on the second floor, and M on the second floor.
Okay. So just with respect to what you're calling phase one, which is the single stall restrooms, is it reasonable to ask for a report back just on information at the next board meeting, which is 2 weeks from now?
Certainly.
Okay, that would be great. Now, I understand phase 2 is a longer discussion about multi-stall, gender-neutral bathrooms and locker rooms too, potentially. And I understand from the memo that you, Director White, would like to convene a group of interested stakeholders. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it would be beneficial for us all to engage a little bit more closely, particularly in an ad hoc fashion as we go through this process of identifying and providing the facilities for our students.
Okay, and so interested stakeholders have already reached out to you, and they can just expect to hear from you?
Right. They did, the parents of our students did send us a letter. Our intention is to respond in kind with a letter identifying all of the modifications that we've made to address their concerns and identify where the restrooms will be and what the timeline will be for the engagement to look at phase 2 rollout.
Okay, and I know we've been monopolizing the comments, so does anyone else have any comments or questions? Judy?
Yeah, as somebody who was involved in helping to make this happen at the beginning of the process, I have to say that we are the only school district that I'm aware of that has made sure that we have all gender bathrooms in every school site, and that might not be the only one, but we're the only one I'm aware of. And I also really appreciate your taking the input from parents regarding the signage, because that was something that I know was also an issue, kind of which signs we would use. So I really feel like we're exemplary in that way. And I do recognize that there's some final steps that need to be taken. I'm glad we're going to get a report on that. And I don't know if there's further steps that we're planning to take at Berkeley High. I can say, I have a genderqueer kid who goes to Berkeley High, or now is at IS, but went to Berkeley High, and making sure that we now have 3 is great, because they had to get a key to use a bathroom in order to not use an inappropriate bathroom. And so now it sounds like we're normalizing it, and Berkeley High is really big, so hopefully over time we'll be able to identify even more, whether it's multi-stall or single-stall bathrooms. But I just wanted to thank the staff for following the direction, I think, of the board and helping to create this access for our kids.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Director.
Just a quick comment of thank you, and thank you to the parents who also came out and the suggestions that have been provided to the district. And all I wanted to add is in terms of the communication, that where the district is going with this, and that being not just by school site, but broadly for the whole district, both in English and Spanish, in terms of what we're trying to accomplish here. I think it's important to make sure that it's either in the A+ News or it's someplace that we really communicate well what our intent is here. So thank you.
Thank you both so much. Okay, we're going to go. So
Happy anniversary, Director Riddle. Happy anniversary.
We did that out of order. We had a scheduling issue, so we're going to go back to board comment, and then we will continue with our other discussion items. So now is the time for board comment, board and superintendent comment. You want to start? Director Leva-Cutler?
Well, once again, I want to thank the community of parents who have come out, both from Realm and from the sexual harassment, our students, our parents, our teachers, who come to support our students in saying things to the board that, it's not easy. It's very difficult for me to hear the harm that has been done to our students and that they're still experiencing. So it hits hard. It hits our heart, and I know that we as a district are working very hard to remedy this, and I have full confidence that with the hire of our new Title IX coordinator, that we will be able to address this more in a better and more efficient and responsive way. Also, I'll admit to reading these ugly, racist, and very hurtful messages from people from all over the United States. They're mostly, I suspect they're from other places and not here locally. And I have not responded to them. And I will respond in a way that says that I will block you for the messages that you are sending to both our staff and our school district.
because we respect all of our staff and the rights to First Amendment. So I think that the very least I can do that. I've just been deleting the messages, but I think they deserve a response from me personally. And I also, just a reminder, I've changed my dates for meeting office hours to be Mondays, the first Mondays, because it turns out a lot of Thursday meetings are happening. So it'll be the first Mondays of each month, but if anybody wants to schedule a time, I'm open to scheduling another time if you're unable to make it from 4:30 to 6 o'clock at Casa Latina. Thank you.
I will go. I was going to try to leave a little early this evening, but I wanted to at least be here for the discussion on the after-school program, so I'm going to try to do that. Otherwise, you might see me. I'm a bit jet-lagged today. I just came from out of the country a couple days ago, so please bear with me. Always good to have people from the public to come out and let us know what's on your mind. It's particularly, as I said before, I really appreciate the young women from Berkeley High who are learning to advocate for themselves and to stand up for positions they believe in. Believe you, we do listen to what you have to say, and I think what's happened over the past 3 years in terms of the shifts that we're making to make Berkeley High safe for those that are both a victim of harassment, whether it's sexual harassment, racial harassment, LGBTQ harassment, or just the kind of bullying that unfortunately sometimes plagues adolescent-aged students. That's all very important to us, and so you're advocating for us to continue to deepen how we address that issue is very important. My office hours for March will be March 25th. That's always on the fourth Saturday, and it's 10:30 at Cafe Lila, which is at San Pablo Avenue in Delaware. And that's all for today. Bye.
Want me to go? Sorry. So I wanted to say a couple of things. First of all, I thought that the I thought that the testimony that we heard tonight, from particularly around sexual harassment and how we're handling it at the district, was really thoughtful, and it's always really important for us to hear the perspective of students who are harmed. And I also recognize that sometimes the boys who are accused of that harm the people who are accused of that harm, in most of these cases it's boys, that it's hard for them to show up here. But I really, we hear one side of the story, but I wanted to say that it's really important for us to hear the perspective from our students and the experience of what happens when you make a complaint. And so I really appreciate that, and I appreciate the coordination of the testimony in a way that we hear the narrative, and it's very effective. It tells the story really well. But tonight I also really appreciated that the students came and talked about recognizing the work that we have done, and also the complexities, the kind of gender and race complexities of this dynamic that we have going on, and also hearing from some of our young women that their goal is not necessarily punishment, suspension, and expulsion, but that there be some kind of restorative practice and healing. And so, I don't know, I just felt like it was a really nuanced conversation tonight that was very, that felt a little bit different to me, and I just really wanted to appreciate the students for being so thoughtful in what they're bringing to us, and how much they're really thinking about how we can do a better job of addressing harm when it happens. So that, so thank you for that. My office hours, I am changing. I'm going to have my office hours on Saturday. I saw Liz's head poke up. On Saturday, 3/18, which is the regular day, I'm going to have it at 10 a.m. though, instead of at 1. And I'm going to move them to Take 5 Cafe, 3130 Sacramento, which is, I know, Josh's spot, but it's very close to my house, and I really like it, so that's where I'm moving them to. So office hours, Saturday the 18th at 10 a.m. at Take 5 Cafe on Sacramento.
Vice President Danos.
I have some comments to make on the realm issue, but I'll save that for the quick item later. I want to echo my fellow board members in acknowledging the just all of the people who came out tonight and chose to speak at this board meeting and at others. There were a couple of sports teams that did really well, but I can't find my notes to acknowledge them. Soccer team, women's basketball won, men's basketball lost. Anyways, we have some pretty good sports teams doing good out there. My apologies for not remembering the details at this point.
That means a lot to them.
There is an LCAP survey where we are asking for feedback from our community. To access it, you just go to berkeley.net and scroll down. There's sort of a blog post in the middle of the page. Go down to the February 23rd, 24th posting. It's asking for your input. Today's the deadline, so you can do it on your phone, berkeley.net, and we would ask that you would fill out those that survey. Thank you.
Good evening. As you heard earlier, that today is Women's Day, and International Women's Day is today, and it's part of Women's History Month. Of course, that's taken on an added significance this year, being all the things that have happened. But I bet you did not know that in Berkeley, International Women's Day has deep and historical roots, specifically within the public school system. BUSD used to celebrate International Women's Day as a district-wide holiday. And Berkeley High School was the first high school in the country to have a women's studies department. And I wanted to say many of our schools have planned events in their classrooms. I also want to acknowledge the students coming forward tonight. I also want to thank them for acknowledging what we have been trying to do. And I also want to acknowledge the fact that we have much more work to do in this area.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Now we will hear together items 15.3 and 15.5, and I think we just have a brief presentation from Deputy Superintendent Cleveland, and Director White is here if we have questions for him, but Ms. Cleveland, do you want to just stay there, or are you coming to the, okay. No, that's fine.
So the information item that I'm presenting is the audited financial statements for RAM charter schools for information for the 15-16 school year. I've been working closely with RAM for 6 years, since the beginning, offering fiscal advisement support. We provided special education around charter school at a much cheaper rate than external entities are charging. We provided their share of their property taxes in advance to help with cash flows during the early years of the charter school as well. But we also provide fiscal oversight, fiscal reviews on a regular basis, and provide that information to RAM to assist RAM with the decisions that need to be made regarding their finances. With that, RAM Charter Schools independent audit for 15-16 school year, although fairly stated in terms of the financial position of RAM, indicated that the middle school has a negative fund balance or cash fund balance, $1 million in the hole for the middle school. And the high school had $243,000. As we've indicated in many of the memorandums that we've issued RAM, that not having adequate reserves will prevent RAM from being able to meet its monthly obligations, whereas right now RAM has had to borrow on the state money that comes in all the way through June. So they've already received those funds through loans to pay current cash flows for each month. So there's definitely concern both at the high school and the middle school, of REM's ability to continue as a going concern. As mentioned in public comment, and mainly around being able to meet the obligations of payroll and other obligations on a monthly basis. As noted, RAM was issued a notice of violation on January 25th, 2017, mainly for not meeting the conditions of our charter petition renewal. I meet with Victor regularly around and provide input as to the budget reductions that needed to be made to bring the RAM Charter School in balance. And the charter school petition stated that RAM would be one of the conditions was that RAM would balance by the 2016 school year. And not only did RAM not balance by projected balance, have a projected balance at the end of the 16-17 school year, but was $500,000 more in the hole for the high school in terms of what the projections was, and another few $100,000 more negative than what was projected when we renewed the petition. RAM Charter School could have been issued a notice of violation much sooner. We worked very closely to try to help and assist RAM with getting out of this hole, and waited to issue that notice of violation in January. That's the first step. Issuing a notice of violation is step one. Second, RAM has until July 1st of 2017 to provide us with a remedy to resolve its financial issues, as was included in the charter petition renewal. And then thirdly, if RAM does not meet those conditions, then the district does have the right to revoke, which is something we've worked really hard not to do over the 6 years that we've worked together. So the main reason for the notice of violation was fiscal mismanagement, failure to maintain a positive ending fund balance, failure to avoid deficit spending, failure to make the significant budget cuts to avoid chronic deficit spending, and failure to maintain an adequate cash flow. And this is just for information. This is all based on finances and not based on RAM's academic program.
Thank you, Ms. Cleveland. Now we have a little time for comments and questions. Vice President Daniels?
We're gonna do the finance first before facilities.
No, the facilities, it's all together. So if there's questions, Director White is here.
So just a couple of questions and then perhaps a comment or two. My understanding is that one of the reasons why Realm Charter may have had difficulty finding a space is because of their financial condition. Is that an accurate understanding? Obviously not the only reason, but one of the reasons?
I couldn't answer
I
that.
just need clarity. I didn't hear the.
Sorry. One of the challenges, one of the reasons why Realm has had a hard time finding a facility for their middle school is because of their financial condition.
That's correct. They're not able to.
No one is going to rent a facility to an entity that can't pay their bills.
That may be part of it, and then being able to pay, given the financial situation they're in, being able to pay anything close to market rate.
Yeah. So, I had the chance to visit Realm a few years ago. Many of the employees in Realm were employed by BUSD. A number of the students are our students. The last thing that I think any of us want to do is not see Realm be successful. And I think that is why over the last 2 years, since basically the renewal process for their charter started, we have tried to do what we can to support them. We fronted them money. We gave them a lease for a year that we were not required to give. And it is frustrating for me as a board member that at the end of that 2-year process, that we are put in a situation where it is up to us to basically determine whether or not it can continue. And in fact, that has been the responsibility of Realm's leadership and Realm's board. When Mr. Diaz was here requesting an extension, renewal of the charter, let me take a step back real quick. So the way that funding for schools and charters in particular works is that if you enroll a student, you get a base amount of funding, whether you are Realm or BUSD or OUSD or anybody else. If you enroll a student who also happens to be English learner or low income or foster youth, you get an additional amount of money. So Realm has a high percentage of low income and EL students in their charter. Berkeley has a lower percentage. So our percentage is about 40%, Realm is much, much higher. By state law, the amount of money that Realm can generate because of those students is capped at Berkeley Unified's cap. So by having a charter with Berkeley, Realm is losing money, significant amount of money. And the way to fix the cash flow is to get chartered in a school district such that their ability to generate more money is higher. That suggestion was made to them on a number of occasions in public and in private. And for reasons that I don't understand fully, that decision was not made. If, for example, West Contra Costa were to charter Realm, they would be required to provide them with facilities, and they would get a higher amount of funding. And yet, we're at this situation where the district, with plenty of notice to Realm, made it clear that this is what's going to happen. And now we're put in this very, very difficult situation where we have these fabulous families and these fabulous parents and a fabulous program coming to us asking for help. And we have plans for 2020 Bonar. We have to do our due diligence under the law. And it's not even clear that if we were to do the facility, Realm Middle School could continue. And if decisions aren't made, it brings the high school down. We've been faced with a number of difficult decisions. This is not the most difficult, but it is certainly up there, and it's frustrating given the amount of time that we have spent as a district trying to support Realm and giving them notice, and the fact that their financial condition has gotten worse, not better. So I think that I know that the community has been organizing and doing its best to figure out a way for Realm to succeed. I know that Realm's leadership has been looking at other options. I would hope that they would consider the option of a charter through West Contra Costa. Because I think that if they want to survive, they need to consider all options. And I may have a few thoughts later, but those are my thoughts right now.
Director Pell.
I appreciate your saying that, Director Daniels, and I just wanted to say to the families who are here, I mean, I can speak personally that I really see the value of Realm in the education that it's providing for the students and the community and the parents who clearly love the school and come out here and are organizing. And I wanted to reflect what Director Daniels was talking about, because it's Realm as a charter is by choice not a district charter, and you know, I think that I can speak on behalf of the administration, have really worked hard to try to support the viability of Realm in a lot of different ways. And so at some point we do have to make, we have a fiscal responsibility to our district, and I think, as Josh said, plans for this building, and have given notice and have even, I think, extended the time. So I just wanted to make it So I just wanted to add to that, because I agree it's a difficult decision, and I love that families are coming to Berkeley and finding a safe haven here, and that your kids are happy here, and especially since Berkeley, so many people are priced out of Berkeley, that there's a way to support having families here. So I appreciated what the gentleman, I don't know your name, but what the gentleman who spoke said, and it's just, at some point comes down to really our fiscal responsibility.
Well, I've spoken to Pablo, and I've heard, and I know I've been here since over the 7 years with Bill Hewitt, and the board gave directives to our staff to really work hard to make it work, to have Realm here. And I know that our staff has worked continuously and ongoing with Realm to be successful. And I appreciate the students' thinking and feeling in terms of what they feel when they come here to Berkeley. And it's, you know, I run an organization, and I know if I was running in the negative, I would have to seriously think about, you know, what I need to cut in order to make the organization function. So it's not a good place to be. I'm hopeful that between now and July, some magic can happen, that there will be some support there for Realm staff to find in a location. And I actually didn't know that the district, that Realm is capped at for some reason that escaped me. And I think that that's some information that perhaps I don't know if everybody knew, that would be an advantage for Realm. I'm concerned about the next couple of months, and even the possibility of Realm being able to meet their payroll come even May and June. And the staffing, how would you support the program that way? I'd hope not on the backs of the staff. So I don't know if this has been done or is being done right now, is having a cash flow chart to see what will happen between now and July in terms of all the expenses that is expected. I think it's important to see that and monitor that, not wait till July, but on a monthly basis. So
I do have a cash flow statement through June. It is very tight and at times negative. So I do have that. I am working closely, as I always have. I do get, you know, monthly statements, and they're willing to provide that. But it is a very tight situation, regardless of the facility issue.
Deputy Superintendent Cleveland, so let's just say that the middle school survives through the end of the fiscal year. It doesn't get any better for the next fiscal year. I mean, they may get through the end of the current fiscal year, but unless something dramatically different happens, the next fiscal year, there's not the money to even start up that year. Is that accurate?
Yeah, there's some definite cash flow concerns. I think the plan is to make some very significant cuts. I haven't seen the plan. The notice of violation requested a plan by July 1st with the adopted budget. I know they're working closely with the union. So I'm not really sure. They're working with some financing. They have Charter School Capital, who's ensured that they would try to help them meet their cash obligations. So there's some arrangement there.
Okay.
So there are plans. I mean, I don't know.
But we've not seen the numbers. I mean, so Mr. Diaz is here tonight asking for us to work with Realm in some capacity, more than we already have. I'm not sure what that means. But he hasn't presented us with any details about how he actually intends to fix his cash flow problems, other than saying that he will.
Yes, he's said that he will. He's provided, I think, a letter from Charter School Capital saying that they would support Ram's cash flow needs. So I'm not sure what that arrangement is. And then he's stating that he will provide us some more additional information as time goes forward.
And the interest rate on those cash flow loans are fairly substantial.
That's correct.
Yeah, so you're getting out of debt by getting more into debt.
So I want to, well, one thing I want to say, and I want to, well, I appreciate what Director Daniels and Director Appel and Director Leva-Cutler said, and I agree with it all. I remember when we were renewing the charter, and Mr. Scuderi, I think, led the educational review of the program, and it was incredibly impressive. The program that was that is and was being offered at Realm, with talented teachers and staff working with students in really innovative ways that I know I felt listening to it and having visited Realm, that I think we could learn a lot from. And so I agree with Vice President Daniels that it's particularly upsetting and frustrating to be in this position and to understand Realm's financial situation. I want to make a comment about the facilities issue, because another frustration I have is the way that I understand, based on communications we've gotten from the Realm community, the way I understand that the leadership of Realm has framed the issue around the facilities, which is the suggestion that we, the district, BUSD, has pulled the rug out from under Realm or voted at our last meeting on the 25th of January to end the lease in this building, which is not the case. And I wanted to make sure that everyone understood the actual history, which is that the Realm administration, and we don't know what has been communicated to the Realm community, but the Realm administration has known since well before January of 2016 that its lease with the district in this building would expire on June 30th, 2017. And it's known since that time that the district has had no intention of renewing the lease beyond that date, and the relevant documents related to those decisions are all public documents that were approved by the board, this board, in open session. At the January 25th meeting, we had on our agenda both a discussion of Realm's financial situation and a item about whether to enter into a new lease with Realm in this building. It was not to end a current lease. The current lease ends in June of this year. And in voting not to enter into a new lease, the board was acting consistently with what the district stated was its intention back in January of 2016 and before, but it was memorialized in January 2016. The lease that we currently have with Realm says, "It is understood between the parties that the district shall have no obligation to provide any facilities, furnishings, or equipment to the charter school, either under Prop 39 or in lieu of Prop 39, and this is the important part, I think, and that the district does not intend to provide facilities, furnishings, or equipment to the charter school for the 5 years following the termination of this agreement in June 2016. That was an agreement that we entered into publicly in January of 2016 with full communication to the BUSD community, because we knew that in June of 2016, we were going to need that space. And so from that time that we entered into that lease with Realm, we have been planning for the use of that space. So I wanted to also make sure that folks were aware of the item that is also in the agenda or the packet for tonight, which discusses the plans that the district has made for that space, which includes the immediate use of the entire E building for the Visual and Performing Arts Department at Willard, to be moved into that space as soon as Realm vacates it in June or at the end of June. The district has scheduled career technical education classes to begin this summer in that space. We have plans to use the classrooms on the first floor of 2020 Bonar as conference rooms and potential office space beginning this summer, which will, all of those will alleviate critical shortages of space around the district. And then we have major construction planned for the spring of 2018 for this entire facility, or at least a big part of this facility. Those are all plans that we made because it was very clear to us and to Realm that we wouldn't have, that this space would be available for the district in June of this year. So I wanted to make sure that was clear to the Realm community if it had not been made clear by their leadership.
When Realm came for its renewal, I, as many of the board here, recognized that Realm provided a great service to many students that had not necessarily, before their experience at Realm, had good experiences in college, had teachers that they were attached to, had curriculum that was both challenging and relevant, and that academically, it was clear that Realms was providing an education to students that was a model in many ways. I also said at the time that as a board entrusted with overseeing Realm, that it was very difficult to really uncouple the fact that although that academically the program was strong, that when we were looking at renewal, it was clear that there are financial difficulties, and that I think that I certainly struggled myself about how do you communicate to a community that a school that's obviously so well regarded is in deep financial trouble as they go toward renewing, as we went toward renewing its lease. At that same time, we realized that Realm, because of the student population and the way that the laws regarding charter are done in the state, that we were not required to provide any facility space whatsoever to Realm, while in fact there are other school districts that would in fact be required to provide facilities for Realm. We also at the time said that the board could no longer be the district could no longer be in a position of fronting money to the district, that that was not something, even though we had the option of kind of taking it off the top, so to speak, so we were not putting ourselves at risk at the time, but just that is not, it's not a path to financial stability when you are robbing Peter to pay Paul and you are borrowing money either from future revenue. So here we are a year later, and the financial situation of the Realm schools are worse than it was when we agreed to renew. The facility situation is what we had, Realm had open-eyed agreed to, that this would be the last year, because the district, for those of you that follow this school board, know that we have our own challenges regarding facility space. We have had this very boardroom filled with district parents concerned about overcrowding or the large number of students in our current facilities. And we, so for example, the music program moving from the middle school, much of that is because Willard needs that space for classrooms. So it's not, it's not a matter of them getting a better space. It's that the space that they're in is needed for students that are enrolled in our district. So long story shorter, I guess that like many of what I'm hearing from the rest of the board, it's a very frustrating place to be in. I know that our deputy superintendent has worked many hours. I know that to try to find ways to support Realm and that were sustainable. It is not really our responsibility to do that. Realm is not a in-district charter, it's an independent charter. It is actually illegal for us to give money to Realm. That would be a gift of our funds to an independent district. And so we have done not just what the law requires, but quite frankly, in recognition of the service and the education that Realm does provide, much greater. I hope that Realm can find a way out of its situation. I am not sure that unless it's in discussion with another district that does have more responsibility regarding facility as well as the ability to get more revenue, either through taking their rightful share by going for a district that would allow that, or by getting grants. I don't really know what the future of Realm is. I am concerned about the ability of Realm to survive even to the end of the school year in terms of being able to pay staff and to keep the classrooms open. I would hope that as a community that you are looking internally about what are your next steps. Because even if, I don't think that it's within Berkeley Unified School District's ability to solve the financial problems of Realm, facility aside. I think this is something that I don't know how you overcome $1 million deficit in a middle school and keep the doors open, at least with and certainly not with the quality of education that Realm, I hear, has been providing to so many students. And I'm not quite sure about the high school as well. So it's a difficult situation. It's one that I wish that we were not in today, but we are.
Okay, thank you. And then we have a couple more minutes. Director Dino.
So I understand that the Realm community is here. I know that Mr. Diaz was here. Hopefully he's still, I know he left. Hopefully he's watching. When Realm asked for help financially, we loaned them money until we could no longer loan them any more money. When they asked for help facility-wise, we granted them a facility, and we can no longer do that because we need the space. When they asked for financial advice, we provided them that, and it doesn't seem like the Realm leadership is listening or taking that advice. And if there are other ways that we can help, I think you're hearing that we find the program to be pretty amazing and want to find a way to help. The way in which we've helped so far, the facilities, the finance, the financial advice, we're not able to right now. We have done what we can do in those three areas, and we no longer are able to help in those three areas. So if there are other ways that we can help support the work, your efforts as a community, we want to try to do that. Or at least I'm assuming my colleagues would agree. But in terms of the facility or the financial advice, I think we've done what we can do, and now it is on the Realm leadership to make its decisions about how to proceed forward.
Okay, thank you.
There was one recommendation made by BFT in terms of while Realm is still here, of the board appointing someone to their board. Is that something that the board members would consider or maybe think about because it's still in our district, it's still in our facilities, and at the very least, perhaps provide some support on that end?
I would want to get a legal opinion on that. I would have the concern that having been in or known about these types of situations before, it's at best awkward, if not legally not done, to be on the board of an entity that you are, in fact, charged with oversight. It's kind of a conflict of interest for one of us to be on the board, and then we, as a board, have to vote upon.
I'm a little concerned about Brown Act right now, because I feel like about the Brown Act, because I feel like we're going a bit adrift from the agendized item. So I think we should put this on. If we want to think about it, I think we should put it on the agenda for a future board meeting, or leave that to staff.
Well, the suggestion has been made to staff, so I think if the superintendent
And I was saying a board member.
Well,
so let me suggest this. Can we bring this back to the board?
Sorry, go ahead.
Instead of making a decision tonight on who that is or who it should be, or if?
Well, I do think, since we are talking financials of Realm, it is within the scope of the item to briefly mention it. And I think until we see different decision-making by the realm leadership with respect to its finances, I don't think it would do much to provide one of our staff members to be on their board. We've provided them with financial advice, and it doesn't seem that they have made changes to their approach to their budget. And until that happens, I'm not sure that there was much that would be gained by adding one person to their board who wouldn't have the ability to make any changes in their behavior, and certainly they have not come to ask us for that as a governing board, even though we have the prerogative to do that. And so we don't have a staff person who can spend a lot of time, significant amounts of time fixing realm. That's on them. We provide them with financial advice, so I guess, well, I understand the request, and I think I have concerns about what that would mean, given that their behavior has not really changed.
Okay. Well, the suggestion's been made, so if the superintendent and I can discuss whether to put it on a future agenda or not. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Director White, and thank you, Deputy Superintendent Cleveland. And we will now move to item 13.1, which is the discussion of the extended learning programs. So we have Mr. Jorgensen, Ms. Gilders, and Dr. Sadler too, or no?
No.
Just the two of you. Okay.
We also have Linda Roach, who's a Bears teacher at Berkeley Arts Magnet, Brazil McIntyre, program specialist at LeConte Elementary School, and Kamal Stewart, who's a program specialist at Willard Middle School. I hope everyone read all the wonderful information in their packet. It was a lot of information. And so tonight we're going to be discussing some of the successes as well as some of the challenges of the after-school program and also our next steps for the program.
And Ms. Gilders and Mr. Jorgensen, we originally allocated 55 minutes. I'm going to, if we can keep it to 45 total, including plenty of time for questions and discussion, I hope that that works for you both, for you all. Do you need to connect? Oh, you got the connector, okay.
Oh, sorry. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Test one. Yes, we will. Thank you. Good evening again, and thank you for the opportunity to come and present tonight and share some of who we are and what we're doing in our extended day programs. As you know, the day has been long, and so we're going to do our best to bring forth some of our wonderful programs. I am Angela Gilder. I am the after-school program supervisor for LEARNS.
I'm Aaron Jorgensen. I'm the program supervisor of extended learning.
I'm Dr. Linda Roach, the Bears teacher at BAM.
I'm Brazil McIntyre, the program specialist at LeConte Elementary School.
My name is Kamal Stewart. I'm the program specialist at Willard Middle School.
So our philosophy...
Aaron, you have to, speaking to the mic so that, yeah.
Our philosophy, as was mentioned earlier, we currently have two programs running in the district, what we call the LEARNS program and the BEARS program. And so we have two separate philosophies currently. For the BEARS program, we have to create a safe and nurturing environment where all children are supported in their development of academic excellence, emotional security, healthy living, and self-expression. And for our Learns program, we have the Berkeley Learns after-school program support children in reaching their full potential by providing academic support, recreational activities, and enrichment classes in a safe instructional environment. Located at the school sites, we strengthen the link between the schools and families and strive to provide a seamless day. By working directly with teachers, staff, families, and school-based programs, we are better able to advance student learning. With Angela and I both coming on last year, we have been working with our staff this year to update this through a vision process, and so we look to update those going into next school year.
I am the Bears teacher at BAM, and we have a ratio of 14 students, 14 to 1 students to staff ratio. We are open 240 days of the year, including winter, spring, and summer breaks. During this time, we do a lot of academics, a lot of enrichment, and multicultural field trips. We take our students to many different areas of the Bay Area, museums. We go to San Francisco, to the Presita Center. We see the murals. And like I said, we take them to museums. We take them to field trips to many different places. And we are staffed by teachers with a minimum of child development teaching permit. Also, some of our teachers have bachelor's degrees, master's, and doctoral degrees. We also serve a multi-generational community. We have students that have been coming to us. Like, for example, myself, I've been a humble servant of this district for over 30 years. So I see now the children of my students that I had at the Old Columbus or at Crackman School or at the different schools. So we are very, very proud to serve the Berkeley students and their parents in our community.
So, again, I'm Brazil McIntyre, and I'm the program specialist at LeConte. At LeConte, in the elementary school after-school programs, we have a ratio of 20 to 1. We're open every day that school is open. And then we have a minimum attendance requirement of a minimum of 15 hours a week. However, it usually is longer than that, and it also includes us beginning at about 1:25 when the TK program lets out, TK and kinder programs let out, until 6 p.m. And then we also offer grade level groupings so that we can promote, strong academic support, and we're able to kind of link the different group or grade levels with appropriate interventions and additional academic support with that. And then we also offer a huge variety of diverse enrichment classes. I know at my site in particular, we have like a Lego stop motion animation class. We have a cartoon, comic book creation class. There's all kinds of instructor-led or group leader-led enrichments that we offer with the Elementary Learns program.
Good evening. So my name is Kemal Stewart. I'm the program specialist at Willard Middle School. Go Willard. At Willard, we have expanded enrichment. When we say that, we mean we try to offer various options to the kids. Some of these things are new to the kids. Some of these things are things that they're interested in. So we've got engineering, computer science, piano, photography, skateboarding, tennis, various social groups, visual arts. We try to mix it up and get the kids involved and get them ready to go. We also offer multiple athletic opportunities. So we have teams that travel and go to different schools and compete. Boys, girls, everyone gets to play. We've got ultimate frisbee, basketball, et cetera, et cetera. So we've got many many sports that the kids could participate in, but we also have academic support hour, and we encourage them to participate in academic support so they could keep their grades up and stay on the team and get a sense of camaraderie and learn how to be a part of a team. So we're all about community building and culture with all these things that we're doing. We have a minimum attendance of 3 days a week, or 9 hours. So, and since we have that, we try to make sure we have programming that goes from the beginning of the program all the way to the end. So we want the kids to stay and get the most out of the program. Academic support happens for about an hour, and we do whatever we need. We are not scared to try to find different ways of helping these kids. We separate them by grade levels, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade in the middle school. Subject level, sometimes we help them out specifically to the subject, whether it be math, science. We pinpoint things and see what we can do to help them out. That's about it.
So as we try to coordinate throughout the school day, one of the things that we really try to emphasize and elaborate on is the coordination with the principal and our staff, our extended day staff. So what that might look like is that our staff will attend or meet one-on-one with their primary principals or vice principals, whatever the case may be, so that they have a better communication of what's going on throughout the school day, and then they can come and return, share that information with their staff. Also, our after-school staff, what makes us sort of unique in its sense is that we continue to build on our relationships with the school day, bridging and linking that, the extension of to the after-school time. Many of our staff members, our ITs in particular, have the opportunity to work as tutors or noonday supervisors, and then they're given the opportunity to share information and bring it to the program itself, whereas we have better means of knowing what may be happening throughout the day with a student. If a child had a poor beginning in the beginning of the school day, we now know why it infiltrated into the after-school time, and we're better able to bring that situation to a better resolution. And also with that, some of our staff have come along and they are increasing their abilities to bring additional enrichment opportunities to our programs. One program in particular, I know that the student, he was a former jazz band student at Berkeley High, and he is now teaching music at his particular site. So we're doing our best to continue to incorporate and build on our staff through our professional development days, as well as to enhance on their particular talents that they may have so that we can continue to bring a diverse opportunities for our students in general.
Do you want to recognize there are other programs in the district? At Jefferson, we have the jazz program that is ran by Bay Area Community Resources. We work with them and coordinate to help them with any needs arise to help them to run the best program they can there. And then at John Muir, there's also a Kids in Motion, which is a third-party vendor that leases that space and has been there for many years.
Some of our successes you're able to see right here at this table. Many of them have risen up through the ranks of being ITs, and now they are program specialists. Dr. Roach herself, she has worked in dual capacity. She worked in Learns, and she's now, as well as Bears, and so she's one of our teachers in the Bears. I believe there's 9 out of 11 of our program specialists who were once instructional technicians, and they are now in leadership positions as program specialists. So that's a great attribute, seeing that we continue to have in-home and in-grown personnel, and we're very proud of how they serve our students in our district, continuing to build on that relationship with our families. 7 Bears out of 10 have become Google certified, which they in turn will be able to bring more technology to our students, and we're very proud of their contributions for going and contributing over 20 hours of study time so that they can bring these efforts to our students in general for our program. We're also, very proud of the fact that we are keeping students off of our streets from the hours of 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the evening. So over 9 of our sites have enrollment that are meeting above or beyond our state expectations. We do pride the fact that we are able to build relationships with our families, meaning sometimes that we have the opportunities to have that communication with the daytime teacher, that sometimes they're not able to communicate with the families, and so we can relay messages. There were times when I was a program specialist at Craigmont, Ms. Bradley and I, we took the bus down to meet our parents at Longfellow so that they too felt more of a welcoming sense and that they didn't feel such a disconnect from us being so far away. So we pride ourselves with building our relationships with our family on a daily basis.
I want to highlight a few of the challenges that we have. So this past October, we went through the federal program monitoring review, and that actually became an opportunity for growth for us in that we were able to really learn about our programs more. Both Angela and I spent many hours to prepare for that, as well as with our staff. And we were able to also create some relationships with the county and state consultants so that now we have people we can go to when we have questions. So it actually became very useful for us. As was mentioned earlier in the meeting, we do have a challenge of hiring, developing, and retaining highly qualified staff. Inherent in our program being after school, primarily an after-school program, we have staff that are part-time. So one way in which we're trying to address that is by working with human resources to find ways in which these staff can be incorporated into the school day. And we find that that is very helpful, as Ms. Gilder had said, in helping to create that bridge from the school day to the after-school program. So we want to continue that and find new ways in which we can make that happen. Another challenge is we have two separate programs, and that has been made clear and was reiterated again tonight earlier. And that is a fact of what we have in operating from two separate income sources. And so that is something that we all recognize and are trying to find creative ways to work with that and try to give similar needs to all of our students, similar program to all of our students. And then we also have a challenge, an increased challenge of supporting students with diverse needs. We've found over the past few years that we are getting more and more students after school who are asking for one-to-one support from special education, and we are having to support that in our after-school program without the support of special ed staff. And so we are doing the best we can to train our staff and help prepare them to really help these students thrive in the after-school setting when it can be very hard, where there are a lot of changes and transitions for them.
So the next steps that the after-school programs are taking, the BEARS program is participating in a study performed by a Cal grad student that will be looking at the impact of the summer program in hopes that it is making a good impact, and to just report on what it has done for our students. We're also planning on implementing a new program management system, which will update and improve the current system and allow for better online registration for families, payment, receipts, and refunds or payments if they need to make payments. And also it will allow us to effectively electronically track the attendance for the after-school programs, which is occasionally a challenge. And then we also are working to integrate technology more into the after-school program. So we're working with the technology department and the site principals to collaborate efforts in a number of areas where we can kind of implement more technology, and also use it in ways that we can offer, additional interventions, online interventions like math, and, I don't know if they're using any reading, but they're definitely already using the math intervention programs. And then we also want to improve the coordination of the school day and the extended learning program. As Ms. Gilder was saying earlier, that we are definitely working on collaborating with the teachers themselves so that we can better train our ITs to effectively help during the academic support hour. So by working closely with the teachers, it just allows our ITs to really give the students the instruction that they need. So that's all.
So that concludes our presentation at this time. We thank you for allowing us to extend our day into the night. And we hope that we have given you some insight as to who we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gilder. Okay, so we have some time now for questions and discussion.
Well,
Director Levy-Cutler.
I want to thank the staff. I operate an after-school program, so I know the challenges, but I'm not at the level of the thousands that our district serves, so I appreciate all the staff and you also coming out tonight. So I wanted to highlight one of the things that we've been challenged by is the Bears and Learns program not being able to cohabitate together. And one of the things I was thinking about is, have we ever requested to the state a special consideration so that we don't have these issues of disparity between the programs? Because I know when the state comes out and looks at us, they said, no, you can't do that. But I wonder if there would be exception that could be requested to the higher-ups in the State Department of Education regarding this, because we want to have our students not feel this kind of separation and difference. So I wonder if we have explored that.
Yeah, actually, after the audit or the federal program monitoring review in the fall, I spoke with our consultant and laid it out for her. Like, we have great inequities going on here at same sites where we split up students. Oftentimes, it's built into the system where our lower income students are in the BEARS program. And she was able to see that. And I asked, well, what can we do? Can we put in like a waiver request? And so I put in a waiver request after we spoke. She said, yes, you could. I put in a waiver request stating the inequities, stating the huge spectrum of students that we work with in Berkeley, and how that our lower income families are actually shrinking because of our changing demographics. And the response that we had, and the response I was given them, though I will continue to talk with her, was as long as you are running the program based on the requirements of the more that are more stringent, which is the BEARS program, the Title V funded program. And so that was talked about in the board document that was laid out. But basically, it's holding to a 14-to-1 instead of a 20-to-1 ratio, and holding to the stricter staffing requirements of having child development, teachers with child development permits who are staffing the classes.
Yeah, I'm thinking more of programs cohabitating together. I mean, not, they would each have their still, but at least you wouldn't have to move the students from BEARS out or, do that. So I think exploring that even further, and if not, also talking to our legislators about that, because I'm sure there's other schools that are experience the same thing if they have the Learns program still. So I wonder if there's a similar experience that other school districts are having also.
Yeah, actually, I will be meeting with my counterpart in Oakland, or for Oakland Unified, tomorrow, to talk about some of these issues and see if we can find a way to creatively go about this. We are thinking of everything. In fact, even talking with one of my consultants, talking about running BEARS during the summer and breaks. And so that then really that distinction is only happening then, and in the summer we don't have Learns. So there wouldn't be that distinction between the two students, between the two programs, but that will take some projections and see how much we will be losing from our current income that we're receiving during the school year, and then also see how we can creatively do that.
So I just wanted to mention one thing about the concern about the vendors, and I don't know if that's something that our staff can look more closely at in terms of how that can be with the different organizations that the PTA pays that comes in. So I can't imagine them doing all the paperwork around that. So I don't know if that's something staff can explore.
Is it, Deputy Superintendent Cleveland, was that for her? Was that for?
Yes, or the superintendent.
Can you maybe repeat the question?
There was a question that was raised about, through public comment also, about the vendors and some school sites, PTAs paying for that, and then they're coordinating all the contracts also with that. Is that something that we should be looking at in terms of it coming to the district, and as we have other things, the PTA pays the district for that service? It just seemed like several schools are dealing with this. I don't know.
Yeah, the PTAs donate to the district, and then we in turn contract, because we have to make sure whoever is in our schools meet, fingerprint, TB, those type of
But it sounds like school sites, some school sites are not. Oh, I understood that there were some school sites that were not doing that wasn't coming.
They're supposed to all be donating their funds to the school, and then we in turn contract those services out. And when I first came to the district, there were many of the schools that were PTAs were contracting directly with vendors and placing them on the campuses without the appropriate legal documents. And so we did reel that in. I'm not aware that there's still some that are contracting directly, but they should all be going through the district.
And perhaps just the second check on that.
And we use a standardized form, so you're only filling out the vendor name and the dollar amount and the scope, and the rest is already completed. So it's pretty.
I think the distinction that the PTA Council may have been talking about is the operations. So who is sort of in charge of it at the school site for these third-party vendors, like making sure that what classes are offered and things like that, as compared to sort of the contract. I just had a question on the waiver issue. So was the answer we could get a waiver, but we had to adhere to the smaller class, the ratios, or is it that no matter what we did, we could not get a waiver?
Yeah, I mean, basically, there would be no waiver. There would be no special circumstances for our district. We would still have to follow the guidelines that the state puts out for the Title V program, the BEARS program, which is more stringent and would create a huge difference in our
Make it financially difficult to.
Yep.
I see. So the waiver we would request is not the ability to merge the two programs, but could you loosen some of the restrictions on BEARS to basically allow there to be some merging and make it financially feasible for us to do so?
Yeah, the current issue where we find the real sticking point is where currently it states that BEARS staff must be with BEARS students, and if they are not, then they are signed out. If they are signed out, that means that we do not get funding for them. And so what we would love to do is have our students together at all hours in the after-school program, because that's where we get that divide. That's where we get the stigma attached to kids who are in one program versus the other. And in order for us to be able to do that, then we have to have that staff who are qualified to be with those students. So unfortunately, it's built into this program that means well, but really is hindering us in a situation where we have both programs going on.
So we could, in theory, combine them if we were willing to basically turn Lawrence into BEARS. It would be much more expensive.
Yes, and I want to continue this discussion. Like I said, we're meeting with my counterpart in Oakland. We were able to observe one of their sites this past year and see how they just run a totally separate program. And it's similar to what we have, but it's totally separate. And that's that's a Title V program over there. This is the ACES grant funded program over here, and it's even worse than what we have at our sites. We want to continue to look into this, and I have spoken with the state consultant and try to see what else can we do creatively to address this.
Okay, maybe I'll follow up offline with a few other thoughts.
Go ahead, Karen.
So this has been a problem since my older son was, first came to the school district 20 years ago, where there was a Bears and a Learns, and there was definitely a distinct difference in the demographics of who, well, then it wasn't Bears and Learn, it was Bears, but Learns was actually I'm dating myself, it was actually, yes, it was actually the YMCA that provided it. It was before the Learns program, actually. And so there's always been this dichotomy between the program by which it's more market fee-based versus the program that is based, that is designed for families that meet financial eligibility. One way that it was bridged 20 years ago was that there were some, that the ability for a student to choose was not so much based on just financials, but more maybe on what the student was needed in terms of maybe more academic support. So the fee basis program, or market fee base, was provided scholarships. So that was one. The other one was, while the academic programs were maybe a little different, that there was a sharing of access to the enrichment programs. And so being either in Bears or Learn, you had equal access to any of the, whether it was folkloric dancing or comic books or whatever it was, that wasn't a difference, and the PTA made that happen. So there are some ways that on a school site basis that there's been more integration, at least of the students, during at least part of the day, if not all of the day. So those are some things that I'm sure that there's models already in our district that are doing that to make that practice more widespread. I actually wanted to talk a little bit or raise the issue that was raised before about, to me, it's not just an administrative issue in terms of the district taking on the contracts as opposed to the individual PTAs. It's also a program consistency issue. I do know that at least one of the programs does offer services program during some vacation times and later at night than our program does. And I do think there's a certain thing to be said to having one program that might have later hours for those, I've always told families when they're choosing elementary schools, look at the start time, because some of our schools start differently than others, and that might be a factor in what school that you take, other things, that you choose, other things being equal. And I think having, ideally one school in every zone that had the later hours for that to support working parents, particularly those that maybe work slightly traditional or shift hours that don't fit neatly into 9 to 5. I would like to see that as a possibility, whether we can do that ourselves. And I'm concerned that our third-party vendors aren't providing the same academic support as our in-district programs. I'm concerned about kind of whether they're using the same restorative justice, alternative discipline, just those. I think there's a certain thing to be said, or there's a lot to be said about the consistency of even our own program having the staff that work after school being part of the school day, so it's a continuous delivery of support and enrichment to our kids. I think we need to make sure that that to the extent that we have third-party vendors, that we, through the contract process, make sure that things like equal access to enrichment, staff development, that their staff is trained by us in terms of restorative justice and discipline practices, whether or not that they are providing academic support to their students, that those staff are also trained in our literacy program in our math program, in our Common Core, because I think otherwise you create a situation that there's big degrees of differences based upon who the vendor is, and the experience should be fairly similar in terms of all students being able to get similar support as well as enrichment opportunities. So I would like to make sure that we have that in our contracts as well, that there's some expectations, and quite frankly, for vendors that aren't willing to have their staff trained like our staff to provide services, there's other vendors out there. So those are kind of things that I like to see as the next steps, because I think our program, as it's gotten more consistent and more standardized based, has really supported our students and as well as families, and I would like to see that be consistent throughout all of our schools.
Director Powell?
Hi, thank you. And thanks to all of you for staying. It's really helpful to hear from a variety of people from different sites and different programs. So we've been talking a lot about the challenges of having the two programs, so I'm going to stay on that theme for a second, and then I have a few other questions. First of all, I'm curious to know, we heard from one representative from a Learn site and one at the elementaries and one at a middle school. And I'm wondering, as well as with Bears, do you feel like there is increased consistency, kind of to speak to what Karen was talking about, between the sites? And what are you doing to kind of help with the kind of quality indicators to make sure that students at one elementary school, for example, are receiving the same quality extended day program at another, as at another site? And I guess that would be true both for Bears and Learns, because there might be different answers. I don't know.
Well, that might look different at each site because each site has their own flavor, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Our program specialists, they do their best to maybe do questionnaires, surveys, things of that nature to get a background of what are the interests of both families as well as the students.
Mm-hmm.
And so one thing that we thrive on is that our instructional technicians, the talents that they bring, you might see it different at a different site. As I was speaking earlier about the student, the IT who was doing the music,
Mm-hmm.
well, the music might look different at, let's say, Oxford or LeConte, but they're still doing the same, they're implementing the same ideas. What we're really thriving to do this coming school year is to continue our professional development. I think it's really important that we enhance our staff, on those particular skills that they bring, so that they in turn can perhaps share that skill with another staff at another site.
That's
so
great.
It might look
Yeah.
a little bit more uniform. And so those are the ideas and some of the works that we're working on going towards the future.
That's great, because I don't necessarily think like the programs or the specific in enrichment or the specific classes need to be the same, but certain standards as far as how are we dealing with, how are we, kids it's after school, they've got a lot of energy, how are we helping to direct that in positive ways and making sure that we're using PBIS and restorative justice, and how are we resolving conflicts when they come up, more things like that, and how are we doing academic supports if kids have academic time, are we training our staff to know how to provide that, or are we integrating with the teachers if we are, I know we have some money dedicated to teachers providing interventions after school, and so how are so those kind of standards, so that not that each one looks the same, because you want to leverage the the talents you have at each site, but that those quality standards are.
Another thing that we really encourage
consistent.
our staff to do as well as to make classroom visits. So they're hearing the language and they're able to bring back to the staff, whether it be the program specialists or the ITs themselves, they're bringing back what they have received from the daytime staff, so that we're all on the same sheet of music. So the daytime rules are not looking any different than the after-school rules.
Good, yeah. And are there any joint professional development opportunities between the after-school staff and the daytime, the school day staff? It's fine if there isn't. I was just curious if that's
There-
happened.
That is a real challenge. I know we have one of our sites that has really worked for that just recently, where they really want to get at least one or two of the after-school staff members to be there for gender inclusion training. And so we have been able to work to get at least one or two staff members there, then to disseminate that out to the rest of the staff. But that is a hard thing for us to do, because inherent to our program, we have to be there with the students when our teachers are meeting. But so we're able to spread it with either program specialists going to the Wednesday PDs, with teachers, with the certificated staff, and then bringing it back, but it's not where we'd like it to be.
I totally understand the challenge, and I would just say that one of the best professional development experiences that there's been a lot of great ones, but one that I witnessed, actually, I think Brazil, you were there. You helped that we, I think in 2009 or something like that, there was a professional development on welcoming schools that had both certificated and classified staff together, and the classified staff brought so much richness to the room. So it wasn't just, it was this exchange of experience that was really positive. So I have a couple more questions though, so I want to move on. How much do we get for the Bears? What's our budget? What's our revenue from Bears?
For the school age program, it's approximately 1.7 million.
And then with our, in the past, I know at least when my kids were in elementary school and going to a Learns program, there was, I have to say, some inconsistencies with, there wasn't a lot of rigor around collecting invoices. Like we weren't, I have to say, we had, if we were going to pay, we had to remember to pay. We didn't actually get a bill or anything like that. So I'm sure that's a lot of years ago. My kid's now in college, so I'm not saying that's still the case, but I'm wondering if that's something that if that's what the situation is now, because, if we had more money, then we might have more options.
Well, currently, we're using a system that's called DATSCO, and they generate monthly invoices. So those are sent out electronically, and if parents are not able to receive their mail electronically, the program specialist also provides a hard copy of those.
And can you provide maybe in Friday notes the percentage of parents who are, like how up to date, I guess, the billing, the payments are? That would be helpful.
This is not one particular system that we're completely satisfied with, and so we're exploring others. But I must say that it has gotten a lot better over the years. In your situation, I definitely can say that it has improved.
Well, so I don't know. It just would be helpful to know that. Again, it's not a critique. It's just for us to get a sense of how, because I know there's a sliding scale, I believe, in Learns, so to make sure that the parents who have the ability to pay are actually paying. So I know I have two other quick questions, and maybe we can get them offline, but one of them is I'm curious to know why we have a 15-hour-a-week minimum for Learns. That's interesting to me, because if there's kids who have parents home a couple days a week, it's nice for them to be able to be with their parents. So
right.
What's the thought there?
So that for our funding, the ACES grant, that is the requirement of having 15 hours. Students are there. However, there are reasons that you can give when you sign your child out if they're leaving earlier than those 3 hours, probably 3 hours a day, that you can say, like, you have a parallel program where they're going to a judo class or something like that, or they have transportation needs where they have to pick up the child earlier because they live out in Antioch, or something to that effect. So there are ways in which the state allows us to give reasons for an early pickup before the 5:45, 6 o'clock. And that is something that we are implementing and trying to get out to all the families to let them know that this is how it's done.
Okay, and then finally, I saw that we might get, we've applied for 21st Century money again, and there's a hope that we'll get, looks like it's almost $500,000. Would that be something that we would be able to use to help address the dual program problem? Like to backfill so that we could reduce to 14-1 and have one program? Or what is your thoughts, I guess, on what to use?
Yeah, I think that it's something that, like I said, now that we being in our second year in these positions, now we're fully starting to understand the ins and outs of the regulations and what we can and can't do, and where we can get creative. That is one thing that we would have to look at the projections, see what it'd be. What would it be if we absorbed all of our 200+ Bears students into the Learns program, where of those students, approximately 2/3 of them are fully subsidized, which means they're paying nothing for an after-school program. So we have to be absorbing that into another program, and also losing that 1.7 million. Or can we do some kind of hybrid, as I've talked about with others, and seeing if we can do something around that and no one else that I know of has something like that in the Bay Area, but we've talked about it with our consultants and see if we can possibly think about that.
Yeah, I was not suggesting, just to be clear, that we give up the $1.7 million. I was more wondering if there's a way that we could have those more strict requirements applied to the whole.
Go into the Bears, yeah.
So we have about 5 minutes left. I want to make a couple comments and maybe ask a couple questions. So thank you for being here. Thank you for staying so late. And I don't want to gloss over all the really exciting, positive programming that you talked about and that you put up slides about. So it's really important for us to hear, even as we're talking about ways to improve the after-school programs and the extended day learning programs. I hope you realize how much we appreciate the good work that's being done. And now I am going to gloss over all that and talk about some of the things that I think we need to think about improving, which we've talked about. So I really appreciate this conversation. I don't have necessarily new things to say. I think until we figure out a way to integrate the Bears and the Learns program, I personally will never feel comfortable with our after-school programming. And the numbers you provided were helpful. The many attachments were also helpful. It may take a little time for us to digest them, but I appreciate you providing them. But just the numbers, just to make the point that, first of all, the students that we're serving in the after-school programs generally are disproportionately students of color and lower income students than our student population generally. So that's one thing, that our population of students in the after-school program are generally students that we are trying to make sure we're supporting well. And that, for example, if I'm reading this right, the percentage of unduplicated students for LCAP purposes in Bears is 80% of the Bears students are unduplicated. 54% of the Learn students are unduplicated, compared to 30% of students across the district are unduplicated students. So our targeted students are disproportionately represented in the after-school program, and I think that imposes a particular obligation and responsibility on our part to provide for those students as best as we can. And again, much of what you talked about tonight is doing that. But I also want to point out that the numbers, and you said this, but the numbers also just bear it out, that for African American students, the 42% of Bear students are African American, and 18% of Learn students are African American. 35% of Bear students are Hispanic, Latino, I guess, and 26% are in Learns. Unduplicated, 80%, I just said this, 80% in Bears and 45% in Learns. So what that means when we have a segregated program is that literally, if I understand it right, and I've seen this in some of the schools, when the students walk into the after-school area, they either go into Bears or they go into Learns. And so you've literally got the black and brown students going in one place and the white students going in another place. I completely understand the challenge in figuring out a way to integrate our programs, but I hope that we can continue, that we will continue. I think we have to continue searching for ways, even if nobody else has figured out how to do it. And I think we need to know how much it would cost us to completely integrate the programs. Even if it is giving up $1.7 million, at least I think we need to know that we're making that choice to continue a segregated after-school program. That I don't think it does sit well with any of us, so I'm not suggesting that anybody is satisfied with that. It's clear that this is a priority, and I appreciate the conversations I've had with you, Mr. Jorgensen, that you've had with the site representatives and with the PTA council, but I just want to underscore how problematic that situation is. Just so a couple other really quick things in just the last minute. I think that there was a question about the enrollment gaps in LEARNS itself, and I was wondering if you could address that. Why at some school, what I was not clear about from the packet was whether we really do serve all students or whether students are being turned away because, or whether students are not being told that they have a spot in the program until so late in the year, even after the school year started, that it's kind of it's a meaningless offer because they've had to make other arrangements. Where are we on that? Is that something we're working on?
Yeah, that was a concern that I experienced for the last 2 summers when I've had frantic parents calling me and every day. And so that is something that has been communicated with our program specialists. We've asked how can we support them being able to give either some kind of idea of if their child has a spot for an entering kindergartner or a student from outside the district in the fall, or if they can just let them know if they're waitlisted and approximately where they are. I have found over these past 2 summers that if families sign up by the end of the school year, they are getting spots. And it is families who are coming in later. And one concern that we do have is often we have families that have a great need who aren't able to who don't know what they're going to be doing for that next school year, who don't know where who don't know where they're exactly going to be, or aren't be able to plan out that far. And so we do have to also consider that and leave some spots for some families, because they often tend to be our families of greatest need. And so that is something that we have to do. And one thing we have looked at is providing more staff if we get to a critical number where we have enough. As was mentioned, we have grade level classes, and so we have to get to a critical amount where we can support bringing in a new staff member, approximately 10 to 15 students, to be able to really support bringing in a new staff member and be able to bring in students that are on the wait list.
Okay. Well, so we're out of time, but I guess what I would like to suggest is that there's a number of things that you all are working on, including finding creative ways to integrate the programs. What you just mentioned, trying to figure out ways to keep staff, to retain staff. And then I think some of the other issues that the PTA Council have raised, and I want to thank you all for your partnership with the district and the really constructive way that you have approached working on this difficult issue. So what I would like to do is have you all come back sometime in the fall and let us know how we're doing on each of these things. We can talk in the meantime about what specifically would make sense to come back to report on. But given the importance of the program, that we've got these students for several hours a day, every day, I think it's worth us hearing more and hearing more about the progress that you're making. So that's the suggestion that I'll make to the superintendent. But we very much appreciate all the information and you all coming here and staying so late. So thank you.
I just want to say thank you, and as was highlighted, we do really have a unique opportunity with many of our students who need the most support. And I would like to continue that conversation and find ways in which we can really help to get our school day and our school day staff working with our after-school programs. Where we have some of the strongest after-school programs is where we have that coordination with certificated staff who are doing after-school enrichment, and where we are really getting support from the school site, the principals, and other staff members, counselors, to provide the services for these students who really can use them, and it will help them to do better during the school day.
Great. Thanks so much. Now, I promised earlier that it would be around 10:30 when we would have public comment again. Are there people here who want to make public comment? Can you just raise your hand? Okay. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and do public comment now, and then we'll do the budget after public comment, so that you all don't have to stick around if you don't want to. You're welcome to, of course. So I saw about 6 hands. If you could just line up against the wall there, and we can just do one at a time for 2 minutes each. How long will the second interim take, Javetta?
Our presentation is normally about 8 slides, no more than 15 minutes, maybe 10 to 15.
Okay, can I have a motion to extend the meeting to 11:15? 11:20?
I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30. We don't need to keep it that long, but at least we'll have the option. We can only do it once.
Okay, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Pauline, we'll get to you right after we do the public comment here. Hi, Ms. Phillips. Okay, so 2 minutes each. Yeah. Go ahead.
Paula Phillips, Berkeley Council of Classified Employees. I just want to ask that you approach this with caution, the shift of moving from a LEARNS program to providing this with the BEARS program, and a shift from a LEARNS program to a BEARS program. There's separate funding, of course you know that, but with that funding, with a shift to BEARS is increased cost because of the need for certificated staff. What you would in essence do is put Ms. Gilder out of a job because she cannot supervise certificated staff, and increase the workload of Mr. Jorgensen's, because he's the only one who could supervise and direct the work of the certificated staff, and in essence decrease the positions and the classifications for the classified employees who support the LEARNS program. So I just ask that you approach this with caution. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, Ms. Phillips.
Hi, my name is Veronica Labarca. I moved to Berkeley 37 years ago and was fortunate enough 27 years ago to become a homeowner in West Berkeley. I sometimes clung to living in Berkeley by the skin of my teeth so that my children could go to school here. I've sent 3 children to Berkeley High. My daughter, my beautiful 8th grade straight A student daughter, fell through every crack in Berkeley High. She ended up dropping out of Berkeley High in the middle of 10th grade. My grandsons are now going to Realm. I have a granddaughter at Rosa Parks. I have another girl at Berkeley High. Berkeley High does not serve all its children. It does not serve all its children well. Some children need a different method of teaching. My youngest grandson was always in trouble at Rosa Parks. He didn't get to have recess. He thought he was bad at math. After a week at Realm, he said, hey, why I've not been going to this school for 6 years. I've been wasting my time. Turns out, his troublemaking skills at Rosa Parks were leadership skills. He thinks he's good at math now. It's been wonderful for him. My other grandson is a junior. He will be a senior next year. If Realm High School goes away, he will be forced to go to Berkeley High. It's not a good situation for a senior to come in the last year. I have one there now, in her last year. His ability to go to college will be compromised. When my 2 grandsons were trying to make a decision about where they were going to go to school, they were actively discouraged at school from going to Realm Charter, actively. My youngest grandson came and said, I don't want to go to Realm. My teacher said we would be betraying Berkeley by going to Realm. The issues are low enrollment. That's one of the issues that's causing.
Thank you.
So that is one way in which you can change what's going on at Realm by
Thank you.
supporting.
Thank you for listening to us.
I just want to comment really quickly that I think it's really important that if we're going to talk about the realm budget, and there's going to be a ton of question asking and then conjecture about what's actually happening, it would be a great idea to invite the executive director to actually sit up here, the way I usually see it happen when a budget's going to be analyzed, so that those questions can get a narrative from the staff of the school and not just narratives that you have before you. The narratives that we heard today were the same exact information that came out in the January 22nd board. Parents are very aware of it. We've all watched the video, some of us 2 and 3 times. We know what's going on, and we really want to hold our board and our executive director accountable. We need your help in that process. What we proposed was not about those financials. We're working on that. And it undercuts our ability to work on it if we can't solve the facilities issue, because we absolutely won't have a school. So we won't be there to work on it. The proposal that we gave, and I really, really hope that somebody addresses it, because it hasn't been addressed yet, is to please look at the proposal that we crafted and begged Victor to submit to each of you, where we lay out different options for how we can compromise on facilities use. Now I heard Brother Ty Alper say that there's plans for the 2 classrooms here and there's plans for Building E. What I heard was that there aren't plans until construction starts with Building A. Now, if you look at our proposal, one of the compromises is that we can limit our operations to Building A, switch the high school with the middle school, be tighter over there, and work with some of the places that we're looking at for smaller space and keep the middle school alive. So there's an option that's a real clear avenue that we could explore. We're even willing to end our year a little bit earlier if construction, by some magical moment this time, happens right on time in April or May as is planned. So there's a way to work together, and we want to hold this board accountable. We want to do these things, but we can't do it if we don't have a middle school. Last thing I want to say is that BUSD was actually in danger of being taken over by the state once upon a time. So it's not a reflection on terrible management. These things do happen in our world, and you came out of it, and I think we can come out of it, but we need the room to come out of it, and it's not going to happen if we lose the facilities. We're dead in the water if we lose the facilities. So I beg you to consider the actual proposal and address the actual proposal, and come back on the 22nd with an answer to that proposal that came from parents, not from Victor.
Thank you. Vicki?
I just wanted to make some comments about the after-school program. My name is Vicki Davis. I run the PTA enrichment program at Malcolm X Elementary. We have 27 PTA classes, which is 17 instructors that I do all of the contracts for. And with all due respect, the contracts are not easy. I spend 600 hours of volunteer time running this program, 300 in the fall, 300 in the spring. I have to do all invoices for the instructors. And just the fact of having to coordinate with 17 contract instructors to get signatures on these contracts, and the back and forth between that is not simple. To go to Karen's comment, all of the contracts do go to the district, and the district does do payroll. I have not been billed for 3 semesters for my after-school classes. I have an account with over $140,000 sitting in there waiting to get billed so I can pay the school district for those after-school classes for the last 3 semesters that I've been running them. So there's definitely some issues going on here. And the other thing that's not addressed, aside from the integration of Bears and Learns, is in my programs I have over 200 students. 40% of those are Learns students. 20% of them get almost full scholarships for their enrichment classes. But the other 120 or so students are regular students who want to take an enrichment class. Bears and Learns does not provide for under 15 hours. Parents don't necessarily need their kids to be at school for 15 hours. It's 3 hours a week. So there's no way to integrate those programs. If you take it away and just do Bears and Learns and don't have the PTA enrichment, then what happens to all those other schools? There's a better way to integrate the programs. Also, the examples given by the presentation were the best in the district. Not all schools look like that. A major problem is that the staff doesn't report to the program supervisor, but the principal. So program supervisors at site don't have oversight on how to get training for their staff and support for their staff. Can I make one more comment?
Very quickly.
Okay, my last comment is BAM, which was amazing, and if every school looked like that, that would be awesome. But that enrichment program and Bears and Learns Enrichment was run by a parent who was getting paid as a contractor to run that program for the last 6 years, and all Bears and Learns students got 2 enrichment classes integrated with the PTA, and we were told that we could not duplicate that program. So while that program sounded amazing to you guys, we were told that we cannot do something like that at our schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Rob Collier from LeConte PTA, and following incredible footsteps, Vicki Davis essentially runs the best after-school enrichment PTA-run program in the district. Not everybody is Vicki Davis. You know, it takes a fantastic amount of time to run what is, in effect, a private educational services business. This is privatized educational services that the parents have taken on because they're our kids. You know, we want to help enrich our kids' lives. But the volume of work that is required to run this business, the contracting, the negotiation of pricing, really should be, our proposal is that it should be taken over by the district, charge whatever service fee to the PTAs is appropriate to cover your costs, but the sort of burden on the students, on the parents rather, is excessive, and results in, as Vicki said, a lot of very sloppy bookkeeping. $140,000 left over. LeConte just got a bill for $43,000 of expenses that we had not been aware that we had to pay for expenses as far back as 2013. This is not good bookkeeping by us or by the district. So we ask that as you discuss with staff how they are to report back, that you look carefully at our proposal for the district to find ways to take over the business end of after-school enrichment classes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I want to follow up on the fact that the presentation said that our sites have more than the state mandated requirement for enrollment. ACES gives us $115,000 per site if you have 85 students and 90 students. If you look at the programs that are really successful in the district, Rosa Parks, 75% enrollment. BAM, there's about 200 kids in Bears and Learns, another 200 kids being served by PTA enrichment. Vicki Davis, Malcolm X, LeConte, Emerson, the same thing. If you actually work the numbers, there's a demand for about 75% of our kids to be enrolled in some extended day learning. PTAs are here to support programs, build communities, and engage families. We're not here to run programs. We're not here to provide academic intervention, enrichment, and support for our families. That is a district role. That's where the 2020 vision comes in. So to say we've met the demand of families is false. Our school has a long wait list. We have less than 30% of our kids in Learns. Rosa Parks has 75%. If you build a good program, families will come. We talk about low-income families, students of color being overrepresented. Why is that? People with means can go other places. If you provide a good program, we'll have an integrated program, and studies across every dimension talk about segregation by deficit, whether it be low-income housing, students performing poorly, just fail. We need an integrated program. Bears and Learns can be integrated very easily. It's simple math. I acknowledge Paula's concerns. I acknowledge everybody's concerns. 10% of our kids are in Bears. 10% of our kids. We raise our fees by 10%, we can accommodate them during the school year. The summer program, let's run Learns over the summer. Let's run a Learns program over the summer. Our district needs it, families need it. Summer programs cost $300, $400, $500. We can run a summer program at $250. We can work with the city. This is our community. We have the city, let's work with them. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, last public commenter.
All right, let's see. Is that working? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, my name is Mary D'Agostino. I work
in Berkeley, and I lived here for many years as I earned my bachelor's, master's, and PhD degrees. Sadly, my family cannot afford to live here anymore, and I'm a parent of a sixth grader at Realm Middle School, and I teach special education at Realm High School. I came to work at Realm because of the program of project-based hands-on learning, multicultural community, and socially relevant program. Teachers at Realm provide a learning environment accessible to all learners. They really care about their students and do a fantastic job of accommodating English learners, students with disabilities, and those disaffected for any number of reasons. I transferred my daughter, Rose, from her West Contra Costa public school to Realm because of the teachers, community, and curriculum. My daughter has learning differences. She's both gifted and has a learning disability and was not doing well in the traditional curriculum. She was a D and an F student from kindergarten through 5th grade, and she has really taken to the Realm approach and is now an A student on the honor roll. 27% of the high school students who are Berkeley residents qualify for special education. 27% of the high school students. 27%. That's nearly triple the usual percentage of students with disabilities. At the middle school, 25% of the Berkeley students have IEPs. That means special education. Overall, across the whole student body, 22% of our students receive special education services. Most schools serve closer to 10%. Talk about diversity. Realm serves students who are traditionally underserved, students who have color, immigrants, English learners, students with disabilities, and from low-income families. Please keep Berkeley a safe and educational haven for our students. I would like the BUSD to include extending Realm's lease on the board meeting, the next board meeting, to be considered separate from the fiscal issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, now we will have item 14.1, which is the second interim report. Thank you for your patience.
But did you, did we have those up? Okay, so good evening. I'll be presenting the second interim, and that's for the period ending January 31st. And first, for the highlights, we have a positive certification, which means we'll be able to meet our obligation for the current year and the subsequent 2 years. We have an undesignated fund balance of $5.5 million, and that's after we designated $1.1 million, and that leaves us with an ending fund balance of $6.6 million. The change in fund balance since first interim is an increase of $600,000. Now looking at the changes since the first interim, we had a one-time reduction in mandated cost funding per ADA, and that resulted in a reduction of $214,000 in base funding. Our enrollment and ADA decreased by 127 and 92 students respectively, and the impact will be reflected in 17-18 since we're funded on the lower of the current or the prior year. We had net savings of $1.1 million, and that was mainly due to vacancies and adjusting costs to actuals and we have the details on the following slide. We also saw an increase in the contribution to special education, and that was as a result of increased costs for non-public agencies in the amount of $147,000 and a one-time cost of $100,000 for board-approved expenditures for special assessment kits. And the total increase is $247,000. And this is the $1.1 million that I referred to earlier. You could see that we have savings in expenditures, and that's because we took one-time adjustments to expenses for unencumbered expenses and also for vacancies. So in our LCAP budget, we took savings of $131,000, or unexpended funds of $131,000. Unfilled positions due to vacancies was $475,000. Health costs, $247,000, and unencumbered services, $182,000, and other budget savings of $22,000. We now can look at our deficit and our surplus. And when we were looking at our structural deficit, we look at the change in fund balance, and then we exclude one-time revenues and expenses. So you can see in 16-17, our change to fund balance was $3 million, and in 17-18 is $125,000, and in 18-19, $1.1 million. We're going to remove one-time revenues, which is our mandated cost reimbursements. It's $1.9 million or $2 million in 16-17, and we also get one-time revenues in 17-18, and that amount totals $442,000, which I've removed. Our one-time expenditures, we're going to add that back, and that's $6.4 million in 16-17, and that leaves us with a structural surplus of $1.4 million in 16-17, and we have a deficit of $568,000 in 17-18 and $1.1 million. That's a significant growth from year over year. This is a quick look at our one-time expenditures. You've seen most of these before. We have our bonus, the largest ones, our one-time bonus in 16-17. BSEP program support, that was $1.7 million at first interim, but we've taken savings of our unexpended funds to have the balance reduced to $1.6 million. However, we have to designate for the full $2 million that the board had committed in our ending fund balance. So we're still, unless the board approves a change, we have to designate or assign the difference. Our common core costs are there, and we have other costs as well, which we have mentioned earlier. So now we can take a look at our multi-year projections. And the assumptions are obviously based on our dartboard. And you can see we have no COLA projected for 16-17, 1.48%, 17-18, and 2.4% in 18-19. And these are actually based on the governor's budget, the revised budget that we went to in January. The gap percentages are there, and you could see that our total LCFF funding is based on the gap percentages, 83.3 million in 16-17, and slight increase in 17-18, and a significant increase in 18-19. Other state funding, you can see the decrease from 16-17 to 17-18 for the one-time revenues, and a further decrease in 18-19 for another one-time revenues. In all, revenues, 89.3, 88.2, and 90.1 million for the 3 years. Our expenditures went from 90.6 million in 16-17, and once we remove the one-times and added in costs for our stirs and purs, we're at 86.7 million in 17-18 and 89.7 million in 18-19. There was a slight decrease in our sources and uses for year over year, and the first year was predominantly due to our contribution to our adult education program, which was one time. Okay, so this is a change in fund balance that we used for our deficit slide. And when you're looking at our beginning fund balance, we could see that our projected ending fund balance, 6.6 million in 16-17, 6.5 in 17-18, and 5.4 million in 18-19. Other notes about our multi-year. In 17-18, this is the first year of the measure, and we had a decrease in the transfer, and this is based on the model. We did remove the one-time contribution to adult education, as I mentioned earlier, of $100,000, and the one-time revenues for mandated cost reimbursements, $442,000. And we talked about the one-time expenditures that were removed. And a note about our ADA, we're projecting an increase of 60 students, which represents about $0.5 million in funding. We are deficit spending by $0.1 million. However, in 17-18, we have the one-time revenue of $0.4 million. The structural deficit is actually $0.5 million, $0.6 million is with rounding. And we also have an increase in stirs and purs, and that's estimated to be $1.2 million. 17-18, in 18-19, we also have increased salaries and benefits for BITSA and LCAP, and those are both added to our expenditures. We're deficit spending by $1.1 million, and our increase in stirs and purs is estimated to be $1.1 million. Other considerations, we're warned about a downturn in revenue. The tide has begun to turn. This is from our governor. And there's the trajectory of general fund growth has declined. We also have our increase in pension costs. Even when we're having an increase in revenue, this cost, the increase in pension costs is adding to our structural deficit. And a word about our projected ADA. We had projected the increase of 60 ADA, and that's dependent on our student enrollment information. And if the subsequent information that we receive does not support the goal, we would have to adjust our budget before adoption. And now we're at a point where we, based on the projection, the projections of deficit spending, we have to face balancing our budget, and we are expecting some budget reductions in 17-18, and we are expecting more significant reductions in 18-19. The SBAC has, let's see, the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee will be meeting and going through proposed cuts in the spring and later on in the next fiscal year, next school year. And however, the multi-year projections were prepared without the impact of possible future negotiated salary increases, possible Berkeley High School redesign and other budget priorities, and Common Core expenditures are not included in the multi-year. So I will take questions.
I just want to add that we are proposing to come up with a board policy for reserves and take that to the policy committee this spring.
I'm sorry, can you just say that again? I wasn't paying attention, I'm sorry.
So says the board president and the vice president of the policy committee.
Right.
I heard
So we're
policy.
planning to bring forward, Director Daniels and myself working on a policy related to district reserves,
right,
reserving more than the 3% required state reserves as we face the change in the economy and don't want to spend down our reserves all the way down to just having the 3% available.
Right. Okay, thank you. What would be if we get our ADA back up next year, what impact will that have on the projections?
The 60 ADA, that's about $0.5 million in revenue.
Right, so we've already budgeted, based on our work with the enrollment numbers, an increase is already included in this budget for 17-18 of 60 students over what 16-17 student count was. 15-16, we would have to add another 60. We have to go up about over 127 students to get back to the 15-16 level. We did not see where we could do that. So it would get us about midway back up to our 15-16 level by adding the 60. Although we will monitor that 60, with the attendance office between now and budget adoption to make sure we're able to get to that enrollment number, because it's helping our budget. We would have $1 million deficit in 17-18 and another $1.6 million deficit in 18-19 had we not put those 60 students in there. And so the county will ask us to support, how we will, given we dropped, they will ask for some additional support on how we will get to the increase of 60 students next year.
And what do you mean by we couldn't do more than that? Is that a facilities issue, or we don't have the interdistrict transfer requests?
We don't have the interdistrict transfer requests based on our meetings with our manager of the attendance office to go another 60.
Okay.
Yeah, at least we didn't think so. Not that we wouldn't accept them if we could, but we didn't want to set a goal. You don't want to really pad your budget with 120 students unless you have a plan to get there and make the budget look extremely balanced. I think 60 was a pretty conservative number, and if we get more than 60, then we would reflect that.
Okay.
I'll save my questions on the status of the nutrition fund and the child development fund for another time, since it's just the second interim and not much has changed.
Right.
Two comments. One, I appreciate the comment, Mr. President. I also think we should be careful not to try to grow our way out of a financial challenge. That's why Realm is where they are and why many other school districts.
Oakland.
I didn't say it, I just said many other school districts.
800 students.
So, I think we should, plan to not grow our way out of it and plan to actually figure it out. Because that's how you stay fiscally solid. And then you can always rescind it if you don't have to. I saw an interesting chart before the state recently. So it looked at the last 4 years, including this upcoming year, and it compared increases in LCFF funding to increases in pension costs. And in the first year, this hand will be LCFF funding. This hand will be pension costs. So the first year was like this. The second year was like this. The third year was like this. And the fourth year it was like this.
Exactly.
So what that tells you is that over the 4 years, we've received much more LCFF funding than we had pension costs. But we didn't fully know about that fourth year, and so we spent the difference on other things.
Right.
Had we not spent the difference on other things, had we known that and been able to budget for it, it wouldn't be an issue. So I think the lesson for me was that there will always be some unexpected expense or lower than anticipated revenue at some point in the future, and good organizations in terms of fiscal management will not spend everything they can to max it out. And I think we've done a pretty good job. We have other districts that are in way worse shape than we are. But I think we should, keep going with that success. And I'm glad we're doing the SBAC. I'm glad we're doing this reserve policy. So I don't want to cut unnecessarily, but it's better to have a little bit of difficult decisions this year than leave to a future board when some of us may not be on it, much more difficult decisions in future years that force others to say, wait, what were they thinking when they, back in the day? Because we've been there, and hopefully we wouldn't put another in that situation.
We should definitely proceed with the thought that it could be $1 million hole in 17-18. So that's what we'll be doing in SBAC. And I have already started scrubbing the budget for loose change to try to get there. So we tightened the multi-year projections quite a bit to get to that small deficit in 17-18, and we increased the revenues at the same time. So we do have to be careful to plan as if that doesn't happen.
Thank you both.
Okay.
Thank you both. Okay, now our last item is item 14.2, which is a public hearing. Opening the public hearing. Is there anybody here for public comment on the, no? Okay. I am closing the public hearing. Do I have a motion to approve staff's proposal regarding the sunshining provisions for bargaining?
So moved.
Motion by Director Pell, second by Director Hempel. All in favor? Yeah. Aye. Okay, that motion is approved. And